You are terrified of your own company because you are a stranger to yourself. You call it loneliness and you run to the crowds. But the crowd is just a collection of lonely people hiding from their own shadows. Understand this. Loneliness is a beggar's stage. It is a gap that needs to be filled, but aloneness is a kingdom, a fulfillment of your own being. The moment you are happy being alone, you have become dangerous, because now you can no longer be manipulated by the world. Stop running, sit in silence, and discover the only power that can never be taken away from you. My beloved ones, there is a deep trembling fear that haunts the human heart, a fear that most of you try to drown out with noise, with company, with constant activity. It is the fear of being left alone with yourself. Have you noticed? The moment you are alone in a room, you reach for the television, you reach for your phone, you look for a distraction, any distraction. You are terrified of the silence. But I want to tell you today that this very thing you are running away from, this state of being alone, is not your weakness, it is your greatest superpower. It is the door to the ultimate reality. The Kaivalya Upanishad, an ancient and profound inquiry into the nature of freedom, speaks of this state. Kaivalya means the moment in your consciousness when you are utterly alone, but you do not feel lonely. You are totally solitary, and yet you do not feel the absence of the other. You are alone, but so whole that there is no trace of the need for another to fulfill you. In this stage, your very being becomes the whole. This is the longing of man that is hidden in his deepest, innermost core. Most of you confuse loneliness with aloneness. Loneliness is a state of misery, a feeling that something is missing. It is the absence of the other. Aloneness, however, is the presence of oneself. It is a state of such fulfillment, such completion, that the whole universe is contained within your being. All misery in your life is the misery of having boundaries. It is the misery of being limited. You feel incomplete, and so you believe so many things are needed for you to be fulfilled. You chase money, you chase relationships, you chase fame, thinking these will fill the void. And even if all the requirements are met, even if you achieve everything you set out to achieve, you still remain unfulfilled. Your incompleteness continues. Out of this frustration, the true religious inquiry arises. Could it be that the journey of acquiring things is itself wrong, pointless? Perhaps you should look in a different direction. a direction where you are not dependent on outer things to become complete, but where you realize you are already complete in yourself. As long as your happiness depends on another, you are bound to remain miserable. Dependence is the distillation of all misery. Freedom is the ultimate essence of all bliss. This freedom has been called many names: moksha, nirvana, kaivalya. It is called moksha because there are no limitations. It is called nirvana because the I, the ego, disappears, leaving only the isness. And it is called kaivalya because in that moment only I am, and that I has expanded to become one with the cosmos. This I has become Brahman, the ultimate reality. If you feel a calling to explore these depths with me, I invite you to click the join button on this channel. By becoming a member, you support the transmission of these ancient truths to seekers all over the world, helping us keep this flame of wisdom burning. The Kaivalya Upanishad begins with a prayer, and this is very meaningful. Usually, a journey begins with effort, but here it begins with prayer. Why? Because what you are searching for is too vast for your limited effort alone. Imagine a prisoner in a jail who decides to search for freedom. He is chained, he is weak, his capacity is limited, which is why he is in prison in the first place. Nothing will be possible through his efforts alone. But this does not mean freedom will happen without his effort either. If he just accepts his chains and goes to sleep, no power in the world can free him. Prayer is the beginning of the effort. It means invoking a power greater than yourself while being ready to cooperate with it. Where prayer and effort join hands, a colossal energy is born, which makes even the impossible possible. In this first part of our journey, we must look at the prayer of the sage. May all the limbs of my body grow strong. May my speech be nourished. May my nose, my eyes, my ears, and my other sense organs be nourished and strengthened. This might puzzle you. You have been told by so-called religious people that to find the divine you must destroy your senses. They tell you to weaken your body, to suppress your desires, to turn away from the world. But this Upanishad says the opposite. It says, strengthen your senses. Either this sage is mad, or what you have been taught is nonsense. I tell you, there is no opposition between the divine and the world. If there were, one would have destroyed the other long ago. The divine and the world are not two things. The divine that comes within the grasp of our senses, we call the world. The divine that remains beyond them we call the divine. The sage is asking for his senses to be strengthened so that he can perceive the divine all around him. He wants his eyes to be so sharp that when he looks at a tree, he doesn't just see wood and leaves, but sees the divine throbbing inside it. He wants his ears to be so sensitive that they hear the soundless sound beyond the words. This is a courageous point of view. For the last 20 centuries, India and much of the world has lived in a weak, shrinking state. People have become afraid of the unknown. They escape from everything, and in this escaping, their souls shrink. True renunciation is not of the weak, it is of the strong. The weak renounce because they are afraid. They close their eyes because they fear beauty will pollute them. They are afraid their self-control will disappear. But the strong renounce because they have found something higher. When you reach a peak, you no longer need the path that led you there. If you find these insights valuable and wish to dive deeper into the science of the soul, we have prepared a series of ebooks that explore these themes in even greater detail. You can find the links in the description below. These books are designed to be your companions in the silence of your own aloneness. Why not start the journey from where you are? Man is naturally an extrovert. Instead of fighting your nature, why not transform what is happening naturally into a spiritual discipline? The senses are already experiencing the world. Let them experience it so deeply that the invisible becomes visible. The Upanishads are natural and simple. They don't ask you to throw away the stone. They ask you to refine it, to polish it, until the diamond within is revealed. You are a sum total of your senses right now. Your mind is an accumulation of sense experiences. So the first step is to sharpen these tools of knowledge. The sage says that all Upanishads are a likeness of Brahman. Notice he says all, not just this one. This is the pluralistic beauty of Indian wisdom. It is an understanding that no one path has a monopoly on the truth. The word Upanishad itself means mystery, the secret keys that open the door to the divine. Brahman is formless, like the sky. You cannot draw a line around it, but for those who can only understand lines and definitions, the mystics have given forms, scriptures, words, symbols. These are like toys given to a child. A child loves the toy, cannot sleep without it. But one day the child matures and the toy is left in a corner. Yet the love the child experienced through that toy remains and grows into devotion. The scriptures are indicators, they are hints. It is useful to grasp them, but it is even more useful to know when to let them go. There are two types of fools: those who say, if I have to let go of the scriptures, why follow them at first? And those who say, if I follow them, I will never let them go. Both are wrong. Truth is formless, but the way to truth often has a form. Think of a prisoner who can only see the sky through a small barred window. He sees a sky that is 2 feet wide and crossed by bars. Is he wrong? No, but his understanding is limited. If he thinks the whole sky is only 2 feet wide and has bars, he is making a mistake. He is mistaking the frame for the sky. The Upanishads are images, reflections. If you take them for the divine itself, you are lost. But if you see them as pointers, they will lead you to the formless. The sage prays, may I never forget the Brahman, and may the Brahman never forget me. This is a prayer full of the pain of forgetfulness. We all live in a state of sleep, forgetting our true nature every moment. The sage knows his own weakness. He knows he will forget again and again. But he asks that the divine may not forget him. It is a humble prayer. He knows that if the ocean forgets the wave will cease to exist. The wave is there only because it has a place in the ocean's heart. This longing to be remembered by the whole, to be absorbed in the dharma, the natural and eternal law, is the heartbeat of the seeker. Before we continue, if this discourse is touching something deep within you, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Sharing this video with others is a form of Sangha, building a community of awareness. Your comments and reflections are also a beautiful way to share your own journey with us. Let us know in the comments, what is your greatest fear about being alone? The sage wants to experience the ultimate core while being absorbed in the divine. This is the difference between science and religion. Science also searches for the ultimate principle of existence, but it wants to possess it, to master it, to make it a servant. Religion also searches for the truth, but it wants to be dissolved in it, to become its servant, to surrender. If you search for truth to use it, that is science. If you search for truth to surrender to it, that is religion. This surrender is not a weakness, it is the ultimate strength. It is the power of being so alone that you can finally meet the whole. In this aloneness, meditation becomes a gamble. It is not for the businessman who wants a guaranteed profit with no risk. It is for the gambler who is ready to put himself at stake. In outer gambling, you usually lose. Even if you win, it is just a temptation toward a bigger defeat. But in the inner gambling, even a loss is a step toward victory. A meditator never truly loses. You may fail many times, you may fall, but if you keep going, you will eventually win. Most people are filled with accumulated madness. Society doesn't allow you to throw it out. You hide your anger, your hatred, your frustrations in a corner of your mind until they start to stink. This rubbish pile grows so large that you are afraid to look inside yourself. Only those who are ready to throw out this rubbish can enter into the superpower of aloneness. You need a deep cleansing, a catharsis. You must be willing to go mad in your meditation, to shout, to jump, to weep, to let the madness out so that the silence can descend. The energy you seek is sitting right at the base of your spine, what the yogis call Kundalini. It is like a coiled cobra. If you cleanse your inner house and then hit this energy with the hammer of your awareness, it will rise. But you must clean the house first, otherwise you will truly go mad. This is why many seekers fail. They want the power without the purification. Aloneness is the laboratory where this purification happens. It is where you face your demons, your shadows, and your light. For the next few days, I invite you to try a simple experiment. Remain in silence for as long as possible. Cover your eyes if you can. Breathe fast and intensely to awaken the sleeping energies. And if you feel something stuck inside you, find a place where you can express it, where you can let it out. Don't worry about what others think. Their opinions are just more noise in the crowd you are trying to leave behind. Focus entirely on yourself. This is the path of the alone to the alone. If you feel a sense of gratitude for these teachings and wish to contribute to the growth of this channel, you can use the Super Thanks feature below. Your generosity helps us continue this work and reach more souls who are wandering in the darkness of the crowd. As we move deeper into this exploration, remember that the deepest longing in the heart of man is to know. This longing to know is your very soul. You want to reveal what is hidden, to make the invisible visible. Ignorance is your boundary, and ignorance is anguish. Knowing is unbounded, and knowing is liberation. Science tries to know by dividing, by analysis. It splits the water into oxygen and hydrogen. Then it splits the atoms into electrons. But the more it divides, the more ignorance grows. A century ago, we were ignorant of 5 elements. Now we are ignorant of over 100. The more we know, the more we realize how little we know. Science is a dimension of knowledge that has, in a way, failed to bring ultimate peace because it divides the mind as much as it divides the matter. Brahma Vidya, the science of the divine, is different. It does not divide, it synthesizes. It tries to know things in their entirety, in their oneness. It doesn't look at the trees separately, it looks at the forest. It doesn't look at the waves separately, it looks at the ocean. When you begin to see existence as one, your mind also becomes one. An integrated mind is what peace is. This is the cessation of all ripples. Maharshi Asvalayana, a great sage, went to Lord Brahma with the attitude of a disciple. He carried Samidha, the symbol of his own ignorance. Even though he was a Maharshi, he knew that his knowledge was only of words, of his scriptures. He had knowledge, but he did not have knowing. He was a scholar, but not an experiencer. To be a disciple means to know that you do not know. This is the most difficult thing for a learned person. A scholar always goes with the attitude of a master, checking if others know what he thinks he knows. But Asvalayana was humble. He said, Lord, kindly teach me the eternally secret and most noble path. Why does he call it eternally secret? Because the truth, even when told, remains unsaid. It is like a stick immersed in water. It appears bent. The moment you put truth into words, it becomes distorted. Truth cannot be told, but it can be transmitted. It can be caught, but it cannot be taught. It is like a fragrance that you catch when you are near a flower. You can't explain the fragrance to someone who hasn't smelled it, but they can experience it if they come close. To catch this transmission, The doors of your heart must be open. There is a story of Wen Chan, the great Chinese scholar who came to India looking for a temple that was just a blank wall. Legend said that Buddha would appear on that wall to anyone who sat before it in absolute humbleness. Wen Chan was already the greatest scholar in China, but he felt he knew nothing. He escaped China, risking his life just to roll in the dust where Buddha had walked. He spent a week before that blank wall, weeping, shouting, crying for Buddha to appear. His voice failed, his tears dried up. On the seventh day, Buddha's form appeared on the wall. The image came from his own mind, but the centuries of distance vanished. He was transformed because his heart was open. Even a blank wall can become a doorway to the divine if you are humble enough. To experience the ultimate reality, one must take refuge in four things: trust, devotion, meditation, and yoga. Trust, Shraddha, is the first. It is not believing in what is reasonable. Believing in the reasonable is just logic. Trust is the daring to accept the impossible. It is the quantum leap you take when all logic and reason have ended. If you are too logical, you cannot even love, because love has no reason. Love is a mystery that happens between two people. Trust is the same mystery happening between an individual and the whole. Love is momentary. Trust is eternal. Devotion, bhakti, is the expression of trust. When trust happens inside, devotion manifests in everything you do. A man of devotion will greet a tree respectfully. He will thank the river. To a logical person, this looks like madness. But scientists are now discovering that plants respond to human thoughts and feelings. They feel fear, they feel love. Devotion is simply recognizing that the entire world is your lover, your friend. If there is devotion in your heart, meditation becomes easy. It follows devotion like a fragrance. Most people struggle with meditation because they have no trust, no love for existence. They see the world as an enemy, as a battlefield. In such tension, how can you meditate? But a devotee slips into meditation spontaneously. Chaitanya didn't practice techniques, he just danced in devotion and found himself in the deepest samadhi. Meditation is a byproduct of love. And finally, yoga. When the mind is in meditation, the body will move into yoga on its own. Yoga is the happening in the body. The order is important. First, trust the whole, then, devotion the soul, then, meditation the mind, then, yoga the body. If you start with the body, with postures and exercises, you may get stuck there. But if you start from the inner center, each next step becomes natural. This is the secret of the superpower of aloneness. It is not about being a hermit. It is about finding that center where you are one with everything. Death is surrounding you from all sides. Every fear you have of poverty, of illness, of failure is just a shadow of the fear of death. You spend your whole life building safeguards against death, but death always wins. You earn money, you build houses, you have children, all in a desperate attempt to survive. You think, I will die, but my children will live. But how can a part of you be immortal if you yourself are mortal? Everything born in time must die in time. Creation and destruction are two poles of the same thing. The moment you are born, your journey toward death has begun. The only way to conquer death is to find that which was never born. The ultimate reality cannot be known through wealth, progeny, or actions. It is known only through renunciation. But what is renunciation? Most people think it means leaving your home or your money. That is a misunderstanding. True renunciation is not about dropping the object. It is about dropping the holding on, the clinging. The wealth was never yours anyway. It was there before you. It will be there after you. Only your fist is yours. If your fist is closed, you can hold money, but you cannot hold the nectar of the deathless. The nectar of immortality sours only on an open hinge. I know so-called renunciates who still brag about the millions they gave away 40 years ago. They haven't renounced anything. They have just converted their money into a new currency called virtue. They think they have a bank balance in heaven. This is not renunciation. It is just clever greed. True renunciation is the realization that I have no wealth. No wealth is mine. I am utterly poor. As Jesus said, blessed are the poor in spirit. When you realize your soul has no wealth, in that very moment, the deathless is experienced. Stop postponing your life. Rich people often live the poorest lives because they are always preparing to live. They say, once I make enough money, then I will live. But the earning never ends, and life does. Wealth is like the horizon. The closer you get, the further it moves away. Don't live for your children either. If you don't know how to live, What can you teach them? Live for yourself. Find your own spring of life juice, and then your children will be truly helped by your presence. The immortal is not a result of your actions. You are a mortal, so your actions will also be mortal. The immortal is already there, hidden behind all your activities. It doesn't need to be created, it only needs to be discovered. If you can let go of everything, if you can release all your holds, the door will open right now. Imagine a man who falls off a cliff on a pitch dark night. He catches a root and hangs on for dear life. He screams for help. His hands are freezing. He is in a panic because he thinks there is an abyss below him. Finally, his strength fails and he lets go. And then he falls just a few inches onto solid ground. There was no abyss. His agony was entirely caused by his holding on. This is your situation. You are holding on to your ego, to your fears, thinking that if you let go, you will be finished. But the moment you let go, you fall into yourself, into the ultimate reality. This reality is beyond heaven. Why? Because heaven is just the ultimate projection of human greed. People who talk about heaven are not religious. They are just trying to take their greed beyond death. Beyond heaven means beyond the desire for pleasure. As long as you crave pleasure, you will be followed by the shadow of misery. Only when you drop the desire for pleasure does the basis for suffering disappear. The ultimate reality shines deep within the cave of the heart. This is not the physical heart that pumps blood. The physical heart is just the outer wall. If you dissect it, you will find nothing. The heart is the inner space, the emptiness that the walls contain. A scientist can never find it, but a meditator can. Meditation is like an X-ray. It enters the inner cave without breaking any doors, without needing a key. When you enter that inner cave, you find that the same light burning there is the light of the whole existence. You are a tiny replica of the vast universe. To know your own heart is to know the heart of the cosmos. Learning meditation is like learning to swim. Once you get the knack, you can never forget it. Even if you haven't been near water for 30 years, if you are thrown in, you will swim. Why? Because you didn't really learn it, you just discovered the courage to do it. You already know how to swim. You just have to remember it. Meditation is the process of wiping the dust off the mirror so your true reflection can be seen. And in that mirror, you will see not only yourself, but the entire whole. This wholeness is not something you acquire, it is your very nature. But you have lived so long in the marketplace of the ego that you have forgotten how to breathe the pure air of the peaks. You have become a collection of masks. One mask for the office, one mask for the wife, one mask for the children, and another for the god you visit in the temple. Beneath all these masks, who are you? If you peel away the layers of an onion, eventually you reach the center where there is nothing but emptiness. But that emptiness is not a void, it is the akasa, the inner space that is full of potential. The Upanishad calls this the Hridaya Akasa, the sky within the heart. When you are truly alone, you are not empty in the sense of being poor. You are empty in the sense of being spacious enough to hold the entire existence. This inner space is the only place where the divine can be hosted. As long as you are full of yourself, there is no room for the guest. The ego is a crowd. It is a noise. It is a constant dialogue within. Even when you are sitting alone in a room, you are not alone. You are talking to someone in your head. You are arguing with your boss. You are pleading with your lover. You are planning for a future that may never come. This is not aloneness. This is just loneliness in disguise. To be truly alone is to be in a state of no mind. It is to be so silent that even the thought I am silent does not arise. In that absolute stillness, the observer and the observed melt into one. You become the witness, the saksi. The sage explains that this witness is beyond the three states of consciousness that you normally inhabit. First, there is the waking state, Jagrat. In this state, you believe the world of objects is the only reality. You are focused on the out there. You are a doer, a runner, a striver. But this state is just a surface. Then comes the dreaming state, Swapna. When you sleep, the outer world disappears, and an inner world of images, desires, and fears takes over. In the dream, you are just as convinced of its reality as you are of the waking world while you are in it. In a dream, you might be a king or a beggar, and you feel the joy or the pain completely. Only when you wake up do you say, it was just a dream. But how do you know the waking state isn't also a dream of a larger kind? Then there is the third state, Susupti, deep, dreamless sleep. Here even the images disappear. You are in a state of total darkness, a deep oblivion. When you wake up, you say, I slept so soundly, I didn't know anything. This I, who knows that it didn't know anything, is the fourth state, the Turiya. The Turiya is the witness that remains awake while you are awake, remains awake while you are dreaming, and remains awake even when you are in the deepest sleep. It is the thread that holds the beats of your life together. If this witness were not there, you would have no continuity. You would be a different person every time you opened your eyes. Finding this witness is the ultimate superpower. It is the alone that never changes, the alone that is the spectator of the whole drama of life and death. Most people live their entire lives without ever meeting this witness. They are too busy being the actors. They are so identified with the role they are playing that they have forgotten they are the soul behind the mask. If you are playing Hamlet on a stage and you start to believe you are actually Hamlet, you are in trouble. You will start crying real tears. You will feel real despair. But the moment you remember you are an actor, the play remains, the dialogue remains, but the suffering disappears. This is what the East calls Leela, the play of the divine. Life is not a struggle, it is a dance. But to dance, you must not be a heavy, solid ego. You must be light. You must be hollow, like a flute, so that the divine can sing through you. The sage Asvalayana asks for the knowledge of Brahman because he has realized that everything else is Maya, an illusion. Maya does not mean that the world does not exist. It means that the world is not what it appears to be. It is like seeing a rope in the dark and mistaking it for a snake. The snake is an illusion, but the rope is real. Your fear of the snake is real. Your heart beats fast. You might even run away and fall. The effects are real, but the cause is a misunderstanding. Once someone brings a lamp, the snake disappears, not because it went somewhere, but because it was never there. The ego is that snake. It has no substance of its own. It exists only in the darkness of your unconsciousness. The moment the light of awareness, the superpower of aloneness is brought in, the ego is found to be non-existent. And when the I disappears, what remains is the all. This realization is not an intellectual one. You cannot think your way into Brahman. Thoughts are just ripples on the surface of the lake. If the lake is full of ripples, you cannot see the moon reflected in it. You might try to catch the moon by diving into the water, but you will only find mud. To see the moon, you don't have to do anything to the moon. You have to do something to the lake. You have to let it become still. When the water is still, the moon is reflected effortlessly. Meditation is the art of becoming still. It is the art of not doing. It is the flight of the alone to the alone. In this flight, you don't need a map and you don't need a vehicle. In fact, the more luggage you carry, the harder it is to fly. You must drop your knowledge, your prestige, your identity, your past, and your future. You must become nothing. People are terrified of being nothing. They want to be somebody. But to be somebody is to be a prisoner of a definition. To be nothing is to be the whole sky. The sky has no boundaries, no walls. It is always there, but it never interferes. It allows the clouds to pass, the storms to rage, the sun to shine, but the sky remains untouched. Your inner witness is like that sky. Your thoughts are the clouds. Don't fight the clouds, just become the sky. If you observe a thought without judging it, without saying this is good or this is bad, something miraculous happens. The thought loses its power over you. It passes by like a stranger on the road. Usually, when a thought arises, you immediately jump on it. You start riding it. If a thought of anger comes, you become angry. If a thought of greed comes, you become greedy. You are a slave to every passing whim of the mind, but the witness is a master. It simply watches. A thought of anger is passing. I am the watcher. In that watching, a distance is created, and in that distance is your freedom. This distance is what the Upanishad calls Kaivalya. It is the peak of being alone, where you are no longer entangled in the web of the mind. This entanglement is the cause of all your misery. You think you are the body, so you fear old age and death. You think you are the mind, so you suffer from anxiety and depression. You think you are the doer, so you carry the burden of success and failure. But you are none of these. You are the Atma, the pure consciousness that is eternal, unborn, and undying. To realize this, one must move from the without to the within. The path is inward. Society has trained you to look outward. From the moment a child is born, the parents, the teachers, the priests, they all tell the child to look at the world, to compete, to achieve, to become. No one tells the child to look at the looker. No one asks who is the one who is seeing all this. This is the ultimate question. If you can find the source of your own eye, you have found the source of the universe. The sage says that the one who knows this becomes the Lord of all. This does not mean he becomes a politician or a king over others. It means he becomes the master of himself. Most people are slaves of all. They are controlled by the opinions of others, by the trends of the time, by their own biological urges. A man who is alone is the only one who is truly a master. He does not need anyone's approval. He does not fear anyone's condemnation. He is like a lion walking alone in the forest, while the crowd is like sheep huddling together for warmth and security. The crowd gives you a sense of belonging, but it takes away your soul. Aloneness gives you your soul, but it takes away your belonging to the mediocre and the mundane. This journey requires a great sannyas, a great turning away. But again, don't misunderstand. Sannyas is not about changing your clothes or moving to a cave in the Himalayas. If you take your mind to the cave will become just another home, filled with the same old problems. True sannyas is an internal revolution. It is a change of perspective. It is living in the world but not being of the world. It is like a lotus flower that grows in the mud but remains untouched by it. The mud is necessary for the lotus to grow. Without the mud, there would be no flower. The world is the mud, and your consciousness is the lotus. Don't hate the mud and don't try to escape it. Use it to bloom. The Kaivalya Upanishad is a son of this blooming. It is a call to awaken from the long sleep of the ego. It tells us that the ultimate reality is smaller than the smallest and larger than the largest. This is a beautiful paradox. It is smaller than the smallest because it is the very core of the atom, the very spark of life in a cell. And it is larger than the largest because it encompasses the entire galaxy, the infinite space. It is the Anu, the particle, and it is the Vibhu, the vastness. When you find it within yourself, you realize that you are both. You are a drop of water and you are the ocean. As long as the drop thinks it is separate from the ocean, it is afraid of drying up. It is afraid of being lost. It struggles to maintain its dropness. But the moment the drop falls into the ocean, it becomes the ocean. It doesn't lose itself, it expands itself. The fear of death is the fear of the drop losing its boundaries. The joy of enlightenment is the realization that the boundaries were only an illusion. You were always the ocean. You just imagined yourself to be a drop. To reach this state, the sage emphasizes the importance of Shraddha, total trust. Trust is not a belief in a doctrine. Belief is of the head, trust is of the heart. Belief is a defense against the unknown. Trust is an opening to the unknown. When you believe, you say, I know the truth because it is written in this book. When you trust, you say, I do not know, but I am ready to let the truth transform me. A believer is closed. A person of trust is vulnerable. And it is only through vulnerability that the divine can enter. Think of a seed. If a seed is closed and strong, it will never become a tree. It will remain a seed and eventually rot. To become a tree, the seed must die. It must break its hard shell. It must lose its identity as a seed. It must disappear into the dark earth. This is a very lonely process for the seed. It is alone in the dark, with no one to encourage it. But because it has the courage to be alone and to disappear, it one day reaches toward the sun and becomes a magnificent tree with thousands of flowers. You are that seed. Your ego is the hard shell. Aloneness is the dark earth. And your Buddhahood, your Krishna consciousness is the tree. Many people come to me and say, Osho, we are afraid of meditation because when we sit in silence, all kinds of ugly thoughts come up. I tell them, be happy that they are coming up. They were always there, hidden in the basement of your unconscious. Now, because you are silent, they have the space to surface. It is a cleaning process. If you want to clean a house, you have to move the furniture. You have to stir up the dust. Don't be afraid of the dust. Just watch it. Don't get involved with it. If you see a thought of murder, just watch it as if you are watching a movie. You are not the murderer, you are the screen on which the movie is projected. The screen never gets burned by the fire in the movie, and it never gets wet by the rain in the movie. It remains pure and white. This purity is your superpower. It is called vairagya, which is often translated as dispassion or renunciation, but its real meaning is colorlessness. It means you are no longer colored by your experiences. Success doesn't color you with pride. Failure doesn't color you with shame. You remain in your original whiteness. This is the state of a child. Jesus said, unless you become like a little child, you shall not enter the kingdom of God. A child is innocent. He has no past to carry and no future to worry about. He is totally in the here and now. But there is a difference between the innocence of a child and the innocence of a sage. The child's innocence is ignorant. He hasn't yet encountered the world. The sage's innocence is luminous. He has seen the world. He has seen through it, and he has returned to his original nature. It is a second childhood. This is what it means to be reborn. Not in a religious ritual, but in the fire of your own awareness. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad then speaks of the unmanifested. This is a difficult concept for the modern mind, which is obsessed with the manifested, the visible. We only believe in what we can see, touch, and measure. But the manifested is only the tip of the iceberg. The unmanifested is the vastness beneath the surface. Sound comes out of silence and returns to silence. Form comes out of the formless and returns to the formless. If you only love the sound and the form, you will always be in fear, because they are temporary. But if you fall in love with the silence and the formless, you have found the eternal. Death is nothing but the return of the manifested to the unmanifested. If you know yourself as the unmanifested, how can you die? You were there before the body was formed, and you will be there after the body has turned to dust. This is the abhaya, the state of fearlessness. This is the goal of all the Upanishads, to lead you from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, and from death to immortality. This immortality is not something that happens after you die. It is something that is available right now in this very breath. If you can be totally present in this moment, you have stepped out of time, and time is death. If there is no time, there is no death. Have you ever been in a situation of great danger, like a car accident? In that split second, time stops. There is no past, no future, only an intense now. In that now, there is no fear. Fear only exists in the gap between the is and the should be. When you are totally in the is, fear vanishes. Meditation is a way to reach this timeless now without needing a car accident. It is a conscious entry into the present moment. Most people live in the not now. They are either remembering the past or imagining the future. They are missing their own lives. Life is happening here, but the mind is somewhere else. To be alone is to be here. It is to be so present that the here and the now become your only reality. The sage prays for his limbs to be strong, because this journey into the here and now requires great energy. It is not for the faint-hearted. It requires the strength of a warrior. Not a warrior who fights others, but a warrior who fights his own sleep, his own unconsciousness. This is the internal war. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna to fight, but the real battlefield is Arjuna's own mind. The enemies are his own attachments, his own hesitations. When you start to be alone, you will feel a great pull to go back to the crowd. You will feel bored. Boredom is a very significant state. It means that the old ways of entertaining yourself are no longer working, and the new way of being silent hasn't yet opened up. It is in no man's land. Most people get scared here and run back to their distractions. But if you can stay with the boredom, if you can just sit with it, it will eventually transform into a deep peace. Boredom is just the surface of a deep well. If you keep digging, you will find the water of life. This water is Ananda, bliss. Bliss is not happiness. Happiness always comes with its shadow, sadness. They are two sides of the same coin. If you chase happiness, you will inevitably find sadness. Bliss is that which is beyond both. It is a state of coolness, a state of serenity that is not dependent on any outer circumstance. A man of bliss can be happy for no reason at all. He is just happy to be. His very existence is a celebration. This celebration is the natural state of the soul. Look at the trees, look at the birds, look at the stars. The whole existence is celebrating. Only man is miserable. And why? Because only man has an ego. Only man thinks he is separate from the whole. The bird doesn't think it is separate, it just sings. The tree doesn't think it is separate, it just grows. Man has been given the gift of consciousness, but he has used it to create a wall. The superpower of aloneness is the power to take down that wall. When the wall is gone, you find that you are not just a part of existence, you are existence. The sage says, I am the sun, I am the moon, I am the stars. This is not an egoistic statement. It is the statement of someone whose ego has totally evaporated. When there is no I inside, who is there to be the sun? Only the sun itself. When the I is gone, you are everything. This is the Kaivalya, the ultimate aloneness that is also the ultimate togetherness. People think that if they become religious, they will become serious. They think they have to have a long face and never laugh. I tell you, seriousness is a disease. It is a sign of the ego. The divine is not serious. The divine is playful. Look at the colors of the flowers. Look at the playfulness of the kittens. Does the Creator look serious to you? Only a man who is miserable becomes serious. A man who is blissful is always full of laughter. My sannyasins are Zorba the Buddhas. They are people who can enjoy the world, the wine, the song, the dance, and also enjoy the silence of meditation. There is no division between the material and the spiritual. They are two ends of the same spectrum. If you can bring the silence of your aloneness into your daily activities, your whole life becomes a prayer. You don't have to go to a church to pray. If you are cooking with total presence, that is a prayer. If you are cleaning the floor with love, that is a prayer. Prayer is not what you do, it is the way you do it. It is the quality of your consciousness. When you are alone, you can find this quality. And once you find it, you can take it with you everywhere. You can be in the middle of a busy market and still be in your inner cave. The noise will be there, the crowd will be there, but they will be on the outside. Inside you are still the alone to the alone. This is the freedom that the Kaivalya Upanishad promises. It is not a freedom from the world, but a freedom in the world. It is the freedom to be yourself, regardless of what the world says. It is the power to stand alone, even if the whole world is against you. But ironically, when you have the power to stand alone, you find that the whole world is with you, because you are no longer separate from it. The sage concludes his prayer by asking that the Brahman may never forget him. This is a poetic way of saying, may I remain so dissolved in the whole that the whole and I are never separate. It is like a salt dal that goes to measure the depth of the ocean. The moment it steps into the water, it melts. Now who will come back to tell the depth? The dal has become the ocean. This is the mystery of the seeker. The seeker begins the journey to find the truth, but in the end the seeker finds that he was the only barrier to the truth. When the seeker disappears, the truth is. This disappearance is the greatest achievement a human being can attain. It is the death of the ego and the birth of the divine. It is the realization that Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. This is not a thought, it is a thundering realization that shakes your very foundations. Everything you thought you were disappears, and what is left is the Sat Chit Anand, truth, consciousness, and bliss. You have been running for so many lives, chasing shadows, looking for love in the eyes of others, looking for security in the bank, looking for meaning in books, I tell you, stop. Just for a moment, stop. Sit silently, close your eyes, feel your own breath. Feel the isness of your being. In that isness, you will find everything you have been looking for. The treasure is not out there, it is right here, inside you. You are the king who has forgotten his kingdom and is begging in the streets. Wake up and claim your inheritance. The path is simple, but it is not easy. It is not easy because you are so addicted to your misery. You are so familiar with your chains that you are afraid of freedom. Freedom is scary because it means you are responsible. If you are a slave, the master is responsible. If you are a part of a crowd, the crowd is responsible. But if you are alone, you are totally responsible for your own life, your own bliss, and your own suffering. Most people choose a comfortable slavery over a challenging freedom. But I am here to call the few who are brave enough to choose freedom. Those few are the aristocrats of the soul. They are the ones who will change the world, not by making speeches or by starting revolutions, but by their very presence. One person who has found his aloneness is a light unto himself and a light unto others. He doesn't have to do anything. His very being is a satsang, a communion with the truth. Just being near such a person, you will feel a certain pull, a certain fragrance, a certain silence. Don't wait for a better time. There is no better time than now. Don't wait until you are old to meditate. If you haven't lived your life with awareness, how can you die with awareness? Death is the ultimate test. If you can be alone and blissful in life, you will be alone and blissful in death. Death will not be an end, it will be a merging. It will be the drop finally falling into the ocean. But to die that beautiful death, you must first live a beautiful life. And a beautiful life is only possible if it is rooted in aloneness. Everything else is just a decoration. Money, fame, power, they are all outer. They can be taken away in a second. Only your aloneness is yours. Only your consciousness is yours. Invest your time and energy in that which is yours forever. This is the message of the Kaivalya Upanishad. It is a message of hope, of power, and of ultimate liberation. It is the flight of the alone to the alone. Let this silence sink deep into your heart. Don't try to understand it with your mind. The mind is a small thing. It cannot hold the vastness. Just let it be. Let the words fall like seeds into the soil of your being. If the soil is ready, if you are open, they will sprout in their own time. You don't have to do anything, just be. Be alone, be silent, and be watchful. The miracle is already happening. The superpower of being alone is that you are no longer a fragment. You are a wholeness. And a wholeness cannot be destroyed. It cannot be killed. It is the eternal isness that flows through the trees, the rivers, the stars, and you. When you realize this, you have come home. The long journey is over. You have arrived where you always were. But you have finally recognized it. This recognition is enlightenment. This is the Kaivalya. So don't be afraid of the silence. Don't be afraid of being by yourself. Instead, cherish it, cultivate it, make it your most precious possession. In the beginning, it might feel like a desert, but if you persevere, it will become an oasis. It will become the source of all your creativity, all your love, and all your wisdom. All the great music, the great poetry, the great discoveries, they have all come out of the silence of aloneness. The crowd has never created anything. The crowd only consumes. The individual creates. And to be an individual, you must have the courage to be alone. This aloneness is not a state of isolation. It is a state of solitude. Isolation is painful. Solitude is beautiful. Isolation is a disease. Solitude is health. When you are in solitude, you are not alone. You are with yourself. And once you are at peace with yourself, you can be at peace with the whole world. Your relationships will no longer be based on need, but on sharing. You will not look for someone to make you happy. You will be so happy that you will want to share your happiness with others. This is the only true love. All other love is just a bargain, a mutual exploitation. To love, you must first be. And to be, you must find your center in aloneness. This is the paradox. The more alone you are, the more capable you are of love. The more you are an individual, the more you can become one with another. Only two wholes can meet. Two halves only struggle to complete each other and fail. So work on your wholeness. Work on your aloneness. Everything else will follow. The sage of the Upanishad is not giving you a belief system. He is giving you a science of the soul. He is giving you the keys to the kingdom. But you must be the one to turn the key and open the door. I can show you the door. I can even tell you how to turn the key. But the walking through must be yours. No one can eat for you. No one can sleep for you. And no one can be enlightened for you. It is a solitary journey. But it is the most beautiful journey a human being can ever undertake. In this journey, you will find that there are no others. The other is just another form of you. When you see a beggar, it is you in a different form. When you see a king, it is you in a different form. When you see a flower, it is you. When you see a rock, it is you. The alone is all there is. There is only one being inhabiting all these billions of forms. This is the ultimate superpower, the realization of non-duality, Advaita. When you reach this state, all conflict ends. Who is there to fight? Who is there to hate? Who is there to envy? There is only I in various disguises. This is the end of all politics, all wars, all divisions. This is the birth of a new man and a new world. And it all starts with you. Sitting silently in your room, being alone. The modern world is terrified of this. It wants you to be a consumer, a worker, a cog in the machine. It wants you to be distracted from morning until night. It gives you entertainment so that you never have to face yourself. Because if you face yourself, you will become a rebel. You will no longer be controllable. You will no longer be a part of the crowd. You will be a light unto yourself. And a world of lights cannot be ruled by the blind. So, my beloved ones, I invite you to become that light. I invite you to reclaim your superpower. Don't listen to the voices of the world that tell you that being alone is a sad thing. They are the voices of those who are afraid. Listen to the voice of your own heart. Listen to the silence of the Upanishads. They are telling you that you are divine, that you are free, and that you are already complete. Just relax. Let go of all the tension. Let go of all the doing. Just be. Let the breath come and go. Watch it. Let the thoughts come and go. Watch them. And in the middle of all that coming and going, find the watcher who never comes and never goes. That watcher is the alone. That watcher is the Brahman. That watcher is you. This is the flight of the alone to the alone. It is not a flight to a distant place. It is a flight to the very center of your own heart. It is the shortest journey in the world, and yet it is the longest, because the mind keeps creating diversions. But if you are determined, if you are sincere, the goal is already achieved. You are already there. You just have to open your eyes and see. In this state of Kaivalya, you are the master of your own destiny. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You realize that you have created your own world and you have the power to recreate it. You are the architect of your own joy and your own sorrow. And once you know this, you naturally choose joy. You naturally choose bliss, because bliss is your very nature. Everything else is just a temporary shadow. The world will go on with its wars and its politics and its noise, but you will be like a deep ocean. The surface may be turbulent, but the depths remain eternally calm. You will be in the world, but the world will not be in you. This is the ultimate superpower. This is the secret that most people ignore, but it is the only secret worth knowing. So take a deep breath. Feel the life pulsing in your veins. Feel the silence surrounding you. This silence is your friend. This silence is your home. Welcome it, embrace it, and let it transform you. The alone is calling to the alone. Don't be afraid to answer the call. It is the call of the divine. It is the call of your own soul. As we continue to dwell in this space of aloneness, remember that the journey has no end. It is an eternal pilgrimage. Every moment is a new beginning, a new opening, a new blooming. You are a part of a process that is infinite, and in that infinity, you are safe, you are loved, you are one with the whole. This realization is the greatest gift you can give to yourself and to the world. A world of individuals who are alone and whole will be a world of peace, of love, and of celebration. So let us begin. Let us start the flight. The sky is open. The wings are yours. All you have to do is fly. This flying is not a movement from one place to another. It is a movement from the peripheral to the center. It is a vertical movement, not a horizontal one. On the horizontal plane, you are always moving toward the other. On the vertical plane, you are moving toward yourself. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad describes this center with words that seem like riddles to the logical mind. He says, I am without hands and feet, yet I am of inconceivable power. I see without eyes, and I hear without ears. This is the description of your ultimate superpower, the power of pure consciousness. Think about it. Who is it that sees through your eyes? If you take a camera, it also sees. But there is no one inside the camera to experience the vision. The eyes are just the lenses. The optic nerves are just the wires. The one who experiences the sight is beyond the physical mechanism. That one does not need physical eyes to see. In your dreams, your physical eyes are closed, yet you see vibrant colors, faces, and landscapes. Who is seeing then? It is the consciousness itself. It has the inherent power of perception. When you are truly alone and centered, you tap into this direct perception. You no longer need the media of the senses to know the truth. You know the truth because you are the truth. This state is called aparoksha anubhuti, direct experience. Usually our knowledge is paroksha or indirect. We know about the sun because the eyes tell us. We know about the music because the ears tell us. This knowledge is always dependent on the instruments, and instruments can be faulty. But the knowledge of the self is direct. You don't need anyone to tell you that you exist. You know it more certainly than anything else in the world. Even if the whole world is an illusion, the one who is seeing the illusion must exist. This certainty of being is the foundation of all reality. When the sage says he has no hands but grasps everything, he is talking about the all-pervading nature of your being. Your body has limits. It can only reach a few feet. But your consciousness has no limits. Right now, sitting here, you can think of the furthest star, and your consciousness is there instantly. You can think of the bottom of the ocean, and your consciousness is there. You are already everywhere. You have just focused your attention on a very small point called the body. Aloneness is the process of withdrawing that narrow focus and allowing your awareness to expand back into its original infinity. This expansion is what I call the great death. It is the death of the small I, so that the large I can be born. And this is why people are so afraid of being alone. They feel they are losing themselves. And they are right. You are losing your limitations. You are losing your boundaries. If a drop of water is afraid of losing its dropness, it will never know the ocean. The ego is just a frozen part of the ocean of consciousness. Meditation is the heat that melts that ice. And once you melt, you start flowing. Once you flow, you reach the ocean. This flowing is the most beautiful experience possible. It is a state of wu-wei, as the Taoists call it. Action through non-action. When you are alone and centered, you don't do things in the old way. You don't struggle. You don't fight. You simply allow the whole to act through you. You become a vehicle. The flute does not sing. The breath of the musician sings through it. The flute is just a hollow bamboo. Your aloneness makes you hollow. And the moment you are hollow, the divine starts singing. This is the meaning of the word Kaivalya. Total, absolute, singular. It is not a mathematical one as opposed to two. It is a one that includes everything. It is the one of the Upanishads, Ekam Evadvityam, the one without a second. If there is a second, there is fear. If there is a second, there is competition. If there is a second, there is the other. But in the state of Kaivalya, there is no other. Even the person standing in front of you is seen as another form of yourself. The alone has reached the alone in everyone. The sage says, I am the knower and I am the only thing to be known. This is the ultimate peak of knowledge. As long as you are the knower and the world is the known, there is a division. This division is the root of all tension. But in the deepest state of meditation, the knower, the known, and the process of knowing all melt into one. It is like a dance where the dancer and the dance become inseparable. Can you find the dance once the dancer has stopped? Or can you call someone a dancer if they are not dancing? They exist together. In the same way, you and the existence are a single process. We often think of ourselves as islands in the ocean, but beneath the water, all islands are connected to the same earth. We are like the fingers of a hand, appearing separate on the surface, but joined at the palm. Aloneness is the journey from the fingertip to the palm. Once you reach the palm, You realize that the other fingers are also part of you. You no longer want to hurt them. You no longer want to be better than them. You simply enjoy the play of the many within the one. This realization brings a tremendous unburdening. You have been carrying the weight of the whole world on your shoulders, thinking you are responsible, thinking you have to achieve, thinking you have to prove yourself. In the silence of aloneness, you realize that the world is doing perfectly fine without your doing. The trees are growing, the stars are moving, the seasons are changing, all by themselves. You are just a part of this great happening. You can relax. You can let go of the steering wheel. The river is already taking you to the ocean. You don't need to row. You just need to not cling to the banks. Clinging is the only problem. You cling to your pain because it is familiar. You cling to your misery because it gives you an identity. You cling to your loneliness because you are afraid of the vastness of aloneness. But I tell you, let go. The abyss you fear is not an abyss, it is your own home. You have been living in a small, dark cell, and someone has opened the door. The light outside is blinding. The space is overwhelming. So you shrink back into the cell. You say, "This is my home. I know this place." I am here to tell you, the cell is not your home. The whole sky is your home. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad then speaks of the Om. He says that one should make their own body the lower piece of wood and the Om the upper piece of wood. By the friction of meditation, one should kindle the fire of knowledge. This is a reference to the ancient way of starting a fire by rubbing two sticks together. What does it mean in the context of your soul? Your body, your physical existence is the base. The Om, the soundless sound, the vibration of the universe, is the energy you bring to it. And meditation is the rubbing, the intense focusing of awareness. When your awareness is focused intensely on your own being, a fire is born. This is not a fire that burns, it is a fire that lights up. It is the fire of gnosis, of viveka. This fire burns away all the rubbish, the false identities, the ego, the desires, the attachments. What remains after this fire is the pure gold of your Atman. This gold was always there, but it was hidden under the dross. The fire of aloneness doesn't create your soul, it just reveals it. Om is the sound of existence itself. If you go deep into silence, you will hear a humming sound. It is not produced by anything. It is the very vibration of life. Science now says that the whole universe is nothing but vibrations of energy. The ancient sages called this anahatnad, the unstruck sound. Every other sound is struck. It is created by two things hitting each other. But Om is the sound of the One. It is the sound of the alone. When you become silent, you begin to vibrate in harmony with this cosmic sound. You become a part of the great symphony. The sage says that the soul, deluded by Maya, the illusion, identifies itself with the body and performs various actions. In the waking state, it finds gratification through diverse objects of enjoyment. This is the state most of you are in right now. You think you are the body, and you think happiness comes from objects, from food, from sex, from money, from cars. You are like a king who has fallen asleep and is dreaming he is a beggar. In the dream, you are begging for crumbs, and you are very happy when someone gives you a piece of bread. You don't realize that in your waking state, you have a palace and a kingdom. The objects of the world can give you pleasure, but they cannot give you bliss. Pleasure is always followed by pain. It is like an itch. Scratching it feels good for a moment, but then it starts to hurt. And the more you scratch, the more it itches. All your desires are just itches of the mind. You think that by fulfilling the desire, you will be free of it. But fulfilling a desire is like pouring oil on a fire. It only makes it burn brighter. The only way to be free of desire is to wake up and see that the objects you are chasing are just dreams. The sage then moves to the dreaming state. He says that in dreams, the soul experiences a world created by its own impressions. This is a very deep insight. Your dreams are not outside you. They are projections of your own mind. If you see a tiger in a dream, the tiger is made of your own consciousness. If you are afraid, you are being afraid of yourself. This is exactly what is happening in your waking life too. The world you see is colored by your own mind. If you are a thief, you see potential targets everywhere. If you are a lover, you see beauty everywhere. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. To be alone is to stop projecting. It is to pull back all the strings of your mind and just be. When you stop projecting, the Maya disappears. You see things as they are. And when you see things as they are, you find that there is nothing to fear, nothing to chase, and nothing to hold on to. Everything is perfectly in its place. The rose is a rose, and the thorn is a thorn. Neither is good or bad. They are just parts of the whole. The third state mentioned is susupti, deep sleep. In this state, even the dreams disappear. The mind is dissolved into its source. You feel a great peace in deep sleep, which is why you feel so refreshed when you wake up. But the problem is, you are unconscious in deep sleep. You are in the house of the divine, but you are asleep. It is like being in a room full of diamonds with your eyes closed. You are there, but you don't know you are there. The goal of the seeker is to reach the fourth state, Turiya, which is like deep sleep but with full consciousness. It is a state where the mind is silent, the desires are gone, but you are awake. This is what meditation is. It is a conscious deep sleep. In this state, you are in the presence of the divine and your eyes are open. You see the diamonds. You realize your own wealth. And once you have seen that wealth, you can never be a beggar again. You may still live in the world. You may still work. You may still have a family. But inside, you are a king. You are no longer needy. The sage says that from the self are born the breath, the mind, all the senses, the sky, the air, the fire, the water, and the earth which supports all. This is the vision of the whole. You are not a product of the earth is a product of you, of the consciousness. This sounds like madness to the ego. The ego says, I am so small and the universe is so big. How can I be the source? But look at a dream. In a dream, there is a vast sky, mountains, and a sun. Where do they come from? They all come from your small head. Your consciousness has the power to create an entire universe. The waking universe is just a collective dream. It is more stable because we are all dreaming it together, but its source is the same, the one consciousness. When you find that source within yourself, you have found the superpower that creates and destroys worlds. This is why the Upanishads are so lion-like. They don't talk about being a sinner or a worm in the dust. They tell you, Tat Tvam Asi, that thou art. You are the very Brahman you are looking for. But to realize this, you must be ready to be alone. You cannot take the crowd with you to the source. The crowd only exists on the surface. The deeper you go, the fewer people there are. At the very center, you are utterly alone. But this is not the aloneness of a monad. It is the aloneness of the all. It is like the center of a circle. There are many points on the circumference, but there is only one center. If you want to reach the center, you must leave the circumference. People ask me, if I become a meditator, will I lose my friends? Will I lose my family? I tell them, you will lose the false connections. But for the first time, you will be capable of true connection. Right now, your friendships are just two lonelinesses clinging to each other. They are based on utility. You use the other and the other uses you. It is a mutual arrangement to keep the silence away. But once you are at peace with your own silence, you don't need the other. And when you don't need the other, you can finally love the other. Love is only possible between two independent, alone people. Otherwise, it is just attachment. The sage says that the Brahman is purer than the pure. What does this mean? Purity usually means the absence of dirt, but this purity is the absence of the other. If there is even a thought of another, there is a pollution in your consciousness. Pure consciousness is just isness without any object. It is like a mirror that is reflecting nothing. The mirror is still a mirror, but it is pure because there is no image in it. Your aloneness is that empty mirror. In that emptiness, the Paratpara, the highest of the high, is revealed. This highest is not a person sitting on a throne in the clouds. It is the principle of existence. It is that which makes the sun hot and the water cold. It is that which makes the heart beat and the lungs breathe. It is the intelligence that is woven into the very fabric of the universe. When you find it, you realize that you are not an accident in a dead universe. You are a flowering of a living, conscious universe. This gives you a tremendous dignity, not the pride of the ego, but the grace of the divine. You no longer feel inferior to anyone, and you no longer feel superior to anyone. You see the same light burning in every lamp. Some lamps are old, some are new. Some are made of gold, some are made of clay, but the light is the same. A man who has found his aloneness becomes the brother of the trees and the stars. He is at home in the universe. The sage concludes that the one who knows this attains the status of Brahman. This is not a promotion to a higher rank. It is simply the recognition of what always was. You don't become Brahman, you only realize you are Brahman. It is like a man who has been looking for his glasses all over the house only to realize they are sitting on his nose. He didn't find his glasses, he just stopped looking for them. This stopping is the hardest thing for the mind. The mind is a runner. It always wants to be somewhere else. It says, "Okay, Osho, I understand what you are saying, but how do I get there? What is the next step?" I tell you, there is no next step. The very idea of a step means you are thinking of a distance. But there is no distance between you and the divine. You are already it. All you have to do is stop and see. But your habits are very deep. For millions of years, you have been doing, striving, achieving. Even in meditation, you want to achieve enlightenment. You make enlightenment a goal in the future. But enlightenment is not in the future. It is the nature of the present. If you can be totally in the present, without any wanting, you are enlightened right now. Enlightenment is the disappearance of the wanter. To be alone is to be without wanting. If you want something, you are already looking for the other. If you want nothing, you are back with yourself. This wantlessness is not a state of poverty. It is a state of infinite wealth. You want nothing because you already have everything. You are like the ocean. What can you add to the ocean? What can you take away from it? It is Purna, complete. The Kaivalya Upanishad says, Purnamadah Purnamidam. That is complete. And this is complete. From completeness comes. Take completeness from completeness, and completeness remains. This is the mathematics of the divine. In our ordinary mathematics, if you take 1 from 1, 0 remains. But in the divine mathematics, if you take the whole from the whole remains. You are that whole. If you can live with this understanding, your whole life becomes a lila, a play. You no longer take things so seriously. Success comes, good. Failure comes, good. You enjoy the success and you enjoy the failure. You enjoy the health and you enjoy the illness. You enjoy the life and you enjoy the death, because you know that these are just waves on the surface of your being. You are the ocean, and the ocean is not affected by the waves. This is the superpower that I am talking about. It is the power to be undisturbable. Nothing in the world can take away your peace, because your peace is not of the world. It is of your aloneness. If your peace depends on the world, then the world can take it away at any moment. Someone says a bad word and your peace is gone. The stock market crashes and your peace is gone. You are a slave. But if your peace comes from your own inner source, then no one can touch it. Even if the whole world is on fire, you can sit silently in the middle of it, blissful and centered. This is what the ancient sages called Jivan Mukta, one who is liberated while still alive. You don't have to wait for death to be free. You can be free right now, in this body, in this world. Freedom is your birthright, but you have sold it for a mass of pottage. You have sold it for the security of the crowd, for the comfort of the ego. I am here to tell you, the security is a lie and the comfort is a prison. Break the chains, step out of the crowds, have the courage to be alone. In that aloneness, you will find a love that you never thought possible. People think that if they become solitary, they will become cold and unloving. The opposite is true. Only a person who is comfortable with themselves can truly love others. Otherwise, you are just clinging. A man of aloneness is like a flower that breathes out fragrance, because that is its nature. It doesn't matter if someone is there to smell it or not. The flower doesn't say, I will only give fragrance to my friends. It gives to everyone. It gives even to the one who comes to pluck it. This is unconditional love. It is not a relationship. It is a state of being. And this state is only possible in Kaivalya. When you are one with yourself, you are one with all. The other is no longer a stranger. The other is just another you. This is the end of all altruism and morality. You don't have to try to be good to others. You cannot be anything else. If you know that the other person is your own hand, will you hit it? If you know the other person is your own eye, will you poke it? The whole misery of the world is because we have forgotten our oneness. We have forgotten that we are the same consciousness in different bodies. We are like the different branches of the same tree, fighting with each other. If we could only see the roots, the fighting would stop. Aloneness is the journey to the roots. It is the discovery of the ground of being. This ground is eternal. It was there before the earth was born, and it will be there after the sun has turned cold. You are that eternal ground. You are Sanatan, ancient and eternal. When you realize this, the fear of time disappears. You are no longer in a hurry. You no longer feel that life is sad. You have all the time in the world. You have all eternity. You can relax into the infinite present. This relaxation is the ultimate prayer. It is the highest yoga. It is not something you do for an hour in the morning. It is something you live every moment. Whether you are eating, walking, talking, or sleeping, you are rooted in your aloneness. You are always at home. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad concludes with a very important instruction. He says that this knowledge should be given only to those who are tranquil, who have mastered their senses, and who are devoted to the Guru. This is not elitism, it is practicality. If you give a sword to a child, he will only hurt himself. If you give the knowledge of I am Brahman to an egoistic person, he will use it to inflate his ego even more. He will say, I am God, so I can do whatever I want. I can exploit others, I can kill others because it is all just a dream. This is Asuric knowledge. To receive this truth, you must first be humbled. You must be purified. The devotion to the Guru is a device to help you drop your ego. The Guru is not a master over you. The Guru is a mirror for you. By surrendering to the Guru, you are actually surrendering to your own highest potential. It is a way of saying, I am tired of my ego. I want to let go. And once the ego is gone, the Guru also disappears. There is only the truth. In our modern world, the word Guru has been much abused. There are many marketplace gurus who are just looking for followers. But a true Guru is one who wants to make you alone. A true Guru is one who wants to destroy your dependence on him. He is like a midwife. He helps you to be born. But once you are born, his work is done. You must walk on your own feet. This walking alone is the greatest adventure. It is the flight of the alone to the alone. It is the path of the gateless gate. There is nowhere to go because you are already there. There is nothing to achieve because you already have it. There is only a remembering to be done, a waking up to be experienced. So, my beloved ones, I invite you to this waking up. Don't be satisfied with the crumbs of the world. Don't be satisfied with being a beggar in your own dream. Claim your superpower. Claim your aloneness. Enter the cave of the heart and find the light that never fails. Be like the eagle that flies high above the clouds, alone and free. The whole sky is yours. The whole existence is yours. Just sit silently for a few moments. Let the words dissolve. Let the thoughts settle. Don't try to understand. Just be. Feel the presence of the divine within you and around you. Feel the Om vibrating in your every cell. You are not a separate fragment. You are a part of the great whole. You are Brahman. In this silence, all questions are answered. In this silence, all problems are solved. In this silence, you are at home. This is the message of the Kaivalya Upanishad. This is the secret of the alone. It is the most ancient secret, and yet it is as fresh as the morning dew. It is the secret of your own soul. May you have the courage to be alone. May you have the strength to be yourself. And may you find the bliss that is your birthright. The alone is calling. The alone is waiting. Don't keep it waiting any longer. Step into the fire of awareness and be transformed. From the alone to the alone, the journey is complete. You have arrived. This arrival is not a destination on a map, nor is it a place you reach in time. It is a radical shift in your internal geography. You have always been at home, but you were looking out of the windows at the passing traffic, thinking you were the traffic. To be alone is to step back from the window, to sit in the center of the room, and to realize that the house is you. This shift is the most profound revolution a human being can undergo. It is the transition from being a personality to being a presence. A personality needs others to reflect it, to validate it, to give it boundaries. But a presence is self-radiant. It shines like a sun in the middle of a dark, empty space. This is why the crowd is so threatened by an individual who is comfortable in their aloneness. You cannot be manipulated when you are whole. You cannot be frightened when you know you are the eternal. Most of your life is spent in a desperate attempt to be somebody in the eyes of somebodies, who are themselves terrified of being nobodies. It is a comedy of errors. You seek respect from people you don't even respect. You seek love from people who don't know how to love themselves. This entire structure of social dependence is built on the fear of the abyss that you feel when you are alone. But I tell you that abyss is only terrifying as long as you are trying to cross it to get to someone else. The moment you decide to fall into it, the abyss becomes the sky. You don't fall down, you fall in. And in that falling, the you that was afraid disappears. What remains is the isness, the pure existence that has no name, no form, and no limits. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad tells us that the ultimate reality is hidden in the cave of the heart. Why a cave? Because a cave is a place of absolute stillness and darkness. Not the darkness of evil, but the darkness of the womb, the darkness of potential. In the outer world, there is the light of the sun, which reveals objects. But in the inner world, there is a different kind of light, a light that does not come from any source. It is the light of awareness. This light does not reveal objects, it reveals the subject, it reveals the seer. When you are alone, you are stripping away all the objects that usually distract this light. You are turning the torch of your consciousness back onto itself. This is the internal friction the sage spoke of. It is the rubbing of awareness against your own existence until the fire of enlightenment breaks out. This fire is not metaphorical. It is a literal transformation of your energy. Usually your energy is leaking out through your senses. You are constantly out there, in your eyes, in your ears, in your desires. You are a fragmented being. Meditation is the process of gathering all these fragments and bringing them back to the center. It is like a lens that focuses the scattered rays of the sun onto a single point. When those rays are focused, they have the power to burn. When your consciousness is focused, it burns away the karmas, the impressions, the conditioning of 1,000 lifetimes. You are left in your primal purity. You are alone. In the same way that a diamond is alone, utterly unique, indestructible, and brilliant. Think of the I that you carry. This I is nothing but a collection of memories, labels, and social roles. You are a doctor, a father, a rich man, a poor man, a success, a failure. If I take away your name, your job, your history, and your body, what is left? Most people feel they would be nothing. But that nothing is exactly what the Upanishad is talking about. That nothing is the no-thingness. It is the space in which everything else exists. A room is defined by its walls, but the room is actually the empty space within the walls. You have been focused on the walls, your body, your mind, your ego. I am telling you to focus on the space. The walls will eventually crumble. They are made of time. But the space is eternal. In your aloneness, you become the witness on the hill. Down in the valley, there is the noise, the traffic, the smoke, the struggle. But on the hill, there is only the wind and the vast sky. You can see the valley, you can see the people fighting, but you are not in it. This detachment is not indifference, it is transcendence. It is the ability to be in the world but not of it. When you are on the hill, you have a perspective that the people in the valley can never have. You see the whole. You see that the river, which looks like a monster to the person drowning in it, is actually a beautiful, life-giving flow when seen from above. This perspective is the superpower of the alone. People ask Osho, if I become a witness, will I lose my feelings? Will I become like a stone? No. You will become more sensitive than ever. Right now, your feelings are reactions. Someone insults you and you feel angry. Someone praises you and you feel happy. You are a puppet. A witness does not react. He acts out of his own stillness. If someone insults a Buddha, the Buddha watches the insult. He sees it as a thing that has been thrown at him. He sees the anger of the other person as a disease that the other person is suffering from. Because he is alone and centered, he has the choice. Do I want to take this gift of anger? If he doesn't take it, the anger remains with the giver. Only a man who is alone is truly a master of his own house. The crowd teaches you to be a conformist. It wants you to follow the rules, to fit in, to be a good citizen. But every great leap in human consciousness has come from someone who dared to stand alone. Socrates, Jesus, Buddha, Zarathustra, they were all alone. They were not part of any crowds. They were rebels. They found a truth that was not given to them by society, but discovered in the silence of their own hearts. And because they found their own truth, they could not be controlled. Society can only control you as long as you are afraid. And you are only afraid as long as you think you are separate and vulnerable. The alone man realizes he is the whole, and the whole cannot be afraid of itself. This wholeness is the antidote to the madness of the world. Look at the state of humanity. It is a state of constant conflict, anxiety, and greed. Why? Because everyone feels incomplete. Everyone is trying to add something to themselves to feel better. But you cannot add anything to the infinite. You can only realize that you are already infinite. The path of aloneness is the path of subtraction, not addition. It is the dropping of the false until only the true remains. It is like a sculptor who takes a block of marble and chips away everything that is not the statue. The statue was already there, it was just hidden. Your Buddhahood is already there, it is just hidden under the noise of the world. To find this silence, you must be willing to be bored with the world. Boredom is the first step toward the divine. As long as you are fascinated by the ties of the world, the power, the fame, the sex, you will never look within. Only when you see through the glitter and realize that it is all hollow does the search for the real begin. The sage of the Upanishad is one who has seen through the Maya. He has realized that the world is a beautiful drama, but it is not the reality. Reality is the screen on which the drama is projected. He has turned his gaze from the movie to the screen. In the silence of your aloneness, you will hear the music of the spheres. This is not an outer music, it is the harmony of existence. When your mind is silent, your being starts to vibrate in tune with the trees, the stars, and the rivers. You are no longer a discordant note in the symphony. You are in atonement, at one-ment. This is the meaning of the word yoga. It is the union of the small I with the great I. And this union can only happen in the laboratory of aloneness. You cannot reach the divine as a group. you must go alone. This solitary journey is the most courageous act possible. It is easy to follow a leader, easy to follow a scripture, easy to follow a tradition, but to follow your own inner light is to walk on a razor's edge. There are no footprints to follow, no maps to guide you. You have to create your own path by walking it. But I tell you, it is the only path that leads anywhere. All other paths lead back to the crowd. Only the path of aloneness leads to the source. The sage says that the one who knows the Brahman becomes Brahman. This is a very strange statement. In science, the knower is always different from the known. The biologist knows the cell, but he does not become the cell. But in the science of the soul, knowing is being. You can only know the truth by being the truth. You can only know love by being love. You can only know the divine by being divine. As long as you are looking for the divine as an object out there, you will never find it. You are like a man who is looking for his own eyes. You cannot see your eyes because they are the subject that is seeing. To find your eyes, you have to stop looking and just be. When you stop looking, the seeker disappears. And when the seeker disappears, the sought is found. This is the ultimate joke of the spiritual journey. You have been looking for the treasure for thousands of miles, and it was in your own pocket all along. You were just so busy looking far away that you didn't notice what was right here. Aloneness is the act of sitting down and finally looking into your own pocket. And what you find there is not just a treasure, it is the source of all treasures. This source is Ananda, bliss. This bliss is not a pleasure that comes and goes. It is a state of being that is always there. It is like the sun. The clouds may hide it for a while, but the sun is always shining. Your mind, your ego, your desires are the clouds. Aloneness is the wind that blows the clouds away. And once the clouds are gone, you are in the eternal sunshine. You are blissed out. Not because something good happened, but because you are finally yourself. This self is not the ego. The ego is a social construct. The self is a natural phenomenon. The ego is like a fence you build around a part of the field and say, "This is mine." The self is the entire field, and the sky above it, and the earth below it. When you are alone, the fence falls down. You are no longer limited by your name, your race, your religion, or your history. You are the unbounded. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad then speaks of the prana, the life force. He says that the self is the source of the prana. This is a very deep biological and spiritual truth. Your body is not alive because of the air you breathe or the food you eat. Those are just fuel. The life itself comes from the consciousness. A dead body has all the oxygen and all the nutrients, but it is not alive because the consciousness has left. You are the life of the life. When you connect with your aloneness, you are connecting with the very battery of the universe. You are no longer a spent candle. You are a flaming sun. This energy is creative. When you are alone and centered, you feel a great urge to create, not to achieve or to become famous, but simply to share the overflow of your being. You might paint, you might sing, you might dance, or you might just be in a way that is beautiful. A man of aloneness is a constant blessing to the world. His very presence is a healing. He doesn't have to do anything. Just as a flower spreads its fragrance, a man who has found his center spreads peace and light. But to reach this state, you must face your shadow. Most people are afraid of being alone because they don't want to see what is hidden in their own basement. They have suppressed their anger, their greed, their lust, their fears. When they sit in silence, all these monsters come out. They get scared and run back to the television. But I tell you, don't run. These monsters are not outside you. They are parts of you that have been neglected. They are like starving children who are crying for attention. In the silence of aloneness, you can finally look at them, listen to them, and embrace them. And the moment you embrace your shadow, it is transformed into light. Anger becomes compassion. Greed becomes sharing. Lust becomes love. Fear becomes awareness. This transformation is the real alchemy. It is not the changing of lead into gold, but the changing of unconsciousness into consciousness. And this can only happen in the retreat of aloneness. You need the heat of your own presence to melt the old self. It is a painful process, yes. It is the pain of a seed breaking its shell. It is the pain of a bird breaking its egg. But without that pain, there is no life. If the seed is afraid of the pain, it will never become a tree. If you are afraid of the pain of aloneness, you will never become a Buddha. The superpower of being alone is that you are independent. The word independent means independent. You are dependent only on the on the inside. Most people are out dependent. They depend on the world for their happiness, for their security, for their meaning. This means they are slaves. They are always at the mercy of others. If the boss is happy, they are happy. If the wife is angry, they are miserable. They are like leaves blown about by the wind. But a man of aloneness is like a mountain. The wind may blow, the rain may fall, the sun may shine, but the mountain remains as it is. This isness is the goal, to be as you are, not as you should be, not as your parents wanted you to be, not as the society expects you to be, but as your nature intended you to be. This is dharma. And to find your dharma, you must be alone. You must listen to the still small voice within you. That voice is often drowned out by the shouting of the crowd. Aloneness is the volume control that turns down the world and turns up the soul. The sage says that the Brahman is Vijnanam Anandam, knowledge and bliss. This knowledge is not information. You can know all the facts about the world and still be a fool. Real knowledge is wisdom. It is the insight into the nature of things. It is seeing that everything is one. And this insight brings bliss. When you see that you are the whole, how can you be miserable? How can you be afraid? You are the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. You are the Leela itself. As you sit in your aloneness, you will realize that time is an illusion. Time only exists for the mind. The mind is always moving from what was to what will be. But the soul is always in the now. In your deepest aloneness, you step out of the horizontal stream of time and enter the vertical point of eternity. You are no longer growing old, you are growing deep. You are no longer waiting for the future, you are celebrating the present. This is the state of Amrit, deathlessness. Only the body dies, the presence is eternal. The Kaivalya Upanishad is not a philosophy, it is a manual for revolution. It is calling you to a mutiny against the ego. It is telling you to stop being a consumer and start being a creator. It is telling you to stop being a follower and start being a leader of your own life. And the first step of this revolution is to be alone, to enjoy your own company, to fall in love with yourself, not the selfish love of the ego, but the divine love of the soul. When you love yourself, the whole world becomes lovable. You see the beauty in every face, in every leaf, in every stone. You realize that the divine is not in some distant heaven. It is pulsating in everything around you. You are walking on holy ground every moment. This is the vision of the enlightened. They don't see a world of objects, they see a world of spirits. They see the one playing hide and seek in the many. This vision is your inheritance. You have just misplaced the keys. The Kaivalya Upanishad is a reminder. It is a wake-up call. It is telling you the night is over. The sun is rising. Open your eyes. And the eyes I am talking about are the inner eyes. The eyes that see the invisible. The ears that hear the soundless. The heart that feels the unfathomable. In your aloneness, you will find that you are never alone. The whole existence is with you. The trees are your brothers, the stars are your sisters, the earth is your mother, and the sky is your father. You are part of a vast family. The feeling of loneliness was just a misunderstanding. It was the feeling of a hand that thought it was separate from the body. Once the hand realizes it is part of the body, the loneliness disappears. It is alone, but it is one with the whole. This singularity is the Kaivalya. It is the state of being solitary and universal at the same time. It is a paradox that can only be understood through experience, not through logic. Logic says if you are alone, you cannot be with others. Experience says only when you are truly alone can you be truly with others. Because only then is there no interference of the ego. Two people who are alone and whole can have a communion that is divine. Two people who are lonely and fragmented only have a conflict. So, my beloved ones, don't be afraid to take the plunge. The water is deep, but it is life-giving. The journey is long, but every step is a celebration. The goal is far, but it is also right here. You are the alchemist, and your life is the lead that can be turned into gold. The fire of aloneness is waiting to be kindled. All you have to do is be still, be alone, and be. Let the silence of the Upanishad become your own silence. Let the prayer of the sage become your own prayer. May my limbs be strong. May my senses be nourished. May I never forget the Brahman. This is the prayer of a strong soul. It is the prayer of a warrior of the spirit. It is the prayer of someone who is ready to fly from the alone to the alone. And as you fly, you will realize that there is no flyer and no sky. There is only flying. There is only flowing. There is only isness. This is the ultimate superpower. This is the truth that will set you free. Not the truth that you learn from books, but the truth that you are. This truth is eternal. It is indestructible. It is blissful. It is you. So breathe in this truth. Let it fill your every cell. Let it dissolve your every fear. You are not a body with a soul. You are a soul with a body. And that soul is Brahman. That soul is the whole. That soul is alone. And in that aloneness, everything is found. The search is over. The seeker has become the sought. The drop has become the ocean. The alone has reached the alone. This is the end of the small story of your ego and the beginning of the grand story of your divinity. It is a story without an end because the divine is infinite. Every moment is a new chapter. Every breath is a new verse. Every heartbeat is a new rhythm. You are the author, the actor, and the audience of this grand drama. Enjoy it, celebrate it, live it. The alone is not a void, it is a plenum. It is fullness. It is Purna. When you are alone, you are full of yourself. Not in the egoistic sense, but in the sense that your cup is overflowing with the nectar of existence. And that overflow is what we call compassion. That overflow is what we call creativity. That overflow is what we call love. Don't go to the marketplace to find love. Go to your aloneness. Don't go to the temple to find God. Go to your aloneness. Don't go to the library to find truth. Go to your aloneness. Everything you are looking for is waiting for you in the silence of your own heart. It has been waiting for millions of years. It is patient. It will wait for millions more. But why wait? The door is open. The invitation is there. The superpower is yours. All you have to do is be. Be alone, be silent, be watchful, and the miracle will happen. It is not a miracle that violates the laws of nature. It is a miracle that fulfills the laws of nature. It is the natural flowering of the human consciousness. It is your destiny. It is your kaivalya. And once you have found it, you will realize that you never lost it. It was always there, like the blue sky behind the clouds. You just had to stop making clouds. You just had to stop the noise. You just had to be alone. And in that aloneness, the whole is revealed. The flight of the alone to the alone is the final flight. It is the flight from illusion to reality, from death to immortality, from misery to bliss. May you all have the courage to take this flight. May you all find the power of being alone, and may you all realize that you are the Brahman you have been searching for. The journey is over. The home is here. You are the one. This feast of the self is not something you can invite others to. They are already at their own feast. They just haven't realized it yet. You are like a person sitting in a palace, surrounded by unimaginable riches, but you have closed your eyes and are dreaming that you are a beggar on a cold street. When I say be alone, I am simply saying open your eyes. Stop looking for the bread of others. Look at the gold that is already in your lap. But the mind is a habitual beggar. Even when it turns toward the divine, it turns with a begging bowl. It asks for salvation, it asks for heaven, it asks for peace. I tell you, as long as you are asking, you are still in the marketplace. The state of kaivalya is a state of no asking. It is a state of such absolute completion that even the word peace is too much, because peace implies a prior state of war. This is a state beyond all dualities. The sage of the Kaival Upanishad says that the one who has reached this state is without parts and without action. This sounds like a dead thing to the logic of the mind. How can a living being be without action? But this actionlessness is the highest form of activity. It is the activity of the sun, which doesn't do anything to make the flowers bloom, yet they bloom because of its presence. It is the activity of the lamp, which doesn't try to remove the darkness, yet the darkness is gone because the lamp is there. When you are centered in your aloneness, your very being becomes a catalyst. Things happen around you, but you are not the doer. This is the secret of the Zen masters, who say sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself. Most of your exhaustion comes from being a doer. You are always pushing, pulling, manipulating, trying to make things happen. You are in a constant state of friction with existence. No wonder you are tired. No wonder you feel old. To be alone is to drop the oars and let the river carry you. And the miracle is that the river is already going to the ocean. You don't have to reach the ocean. You just have to stop preventing yourself from reaching it. Your ego is the only barrier. The ego is the doer. It wants the credit. It says, I made this happen. But in the silence of aloneness, you see the absurdity of this claim. Did you make your heart beat? Did you make your breath flow? Did you make the sun rise? You are being lived by vast cosmic energy. To realize this is to be free from the burden of the self. This freedom is what the sage calls moksha. It is the freedom from the I. People think moksha is the freedom of the I, but it is actually the freedom from the I. As long as you are there, you are in prison. When you disappear, you are the whole sky. This disappearance is the ultimate superpower. It is the power of being invisible to the ego. When the ego cannot find you, it cannot hurt you. When the world cannot find you, it cannot tempt you. You are in the world, but you are no longer available to its madness. You have moved into a different dimension, the dimension of the alone. This alone is the Purnam, the fullness. And from this fullness, love arises. But this love is very different from what you call love. Your love is in need. It is like a beggar asking for alms. Love me so I can feel worthy. Love me so I can forget my loneliness. This is not love. This is a contract. True love is a giving. It is an overflow. It is like a cloud that is so full of rain that it must pour down. It doesn't ask who the earth is or if the earth is worthy, it just pours. A man who has found his aloneness is so full of the divine nectar that he starts to leak love. He doesn't love someone, he is lovingness itself. The sage then speaks of the third eye. the Agna Chakra. He says that by focusing the life force between the eyebrows, one sees the light that is without shadow. Your physical eyes see only the world of shadows, the world of forms. They are limited by light and dark. But the inner eye sees the uncreated light. This light is your own consciousness. It is the light that was there before the stars were born. When you close your eyes and go deep into your aloneness, you are not moving into darkness. You are moving into a light so bright that it feels like darkness to the uninitiated. It is the luminous darkness of the mystics. To reach this light, you must pass through the valley of boredom and the desert of silence. These are the tests. When you first start to be alone, you will feel a great restlessness. Your mind will scream for stimulation. It will tell you that you are wasting your time, that you should be doing something productive. This is the mind's way of protecting its own existence. The mind exists only in doing. In being, the mind dies. So it will create 1,000 diversions to keep you from sitting silently. It will make your back ache. It will make your nose itch. It will remind you of a phone call you forgot to make. These are all tricks. If you can just watch these tricks without getting involved, the mind will eventually get tired and fall silent. And in that silence, the inner eye opens. When the inner eye opens, the Maya is seen for what it is. You see that the world is a giant play of energy. It is like the pixels on a television screen. Up close, there is no person, no mountain, no tree. There is only a dance of dots. The world is a dance of atoms, and the atoms are a dance of consciousness. This vision changes everything. You no longer take your problems so seriously. How can you be worried about a problem in a dream? You no longer take your identity so seriously. How can you be a success or a failure when the I is just a ripple in the ocean? This is the laughter of the sage. The sage laughs because he sees the cosmic joke. He sees people killing each other over lines in the sand. He sees people wasting their lives chasing pieces of paper called money. He sees people living in misery because they are afraid of their own glory. The sage laughs, but his laughter is full of compassion. He wants to wake you up, but he knows that everyone wakes up in their own time. He can only shout, "The sun is up," but you are the one who must open your eyes. The Kaivalya Upanishad tells us that the Brahman is higher than the highest. This highest is not a place, it is a quality. It is the quality of absolute awareness. And this awareness is available to you right now. It is the you that is listening to these words. It is the you that is watching your thoughts. It is the you that is aware of your breath. This awareness is not of the world, it is the host of the world. The world comes and goes, the body comes and goes, the mind comes and goes, but the awareness remains. It is the eternal guest that is actually the master of the house. To be alone is to identify with this awareness. Most of the time, you are identified with the content of your awareness. You are identified with your anger, your joy, your thoughts. This is like a mirror becoming identified with the image it is reflecting. If the mirror reflects a fire, it thinks it is burning. If it reflects water, it thinks it is wet. But the mirror is neither burning nor wet. It is just reflecting. You are the mirror of the divine. Your aloneness is the cleanness of that mirror. The more alone you are, the more unattached you are to the images, and the more pure you become. This purity is holiness. Holiness has nothing to do with going to a church or a mosque. It has to do with being whole. And you can only be whole when you are not divided by desires. Every desire is a split in your being. One part of you is here, and another part of you is in the future, chasing the object of desire. You are a house divided against itself. Aloneness is the healing of this split. When you have no desire for the other, your energy returns to your center. You become a circle. You become one. The sage of the Upanishad then makes a revolutionary statement. He says, I am the one who is worshipped in all the scriptures. This is the ultimate superpower. It is the realization that all the gods, all the Buddhas, all the avatars are just reflections of you. When you bow down to a statue of Buddha, you are actually bowing down to your own future self. When you pray to God, you are praying to your own core. The religions of the world have externalized the divine to make it easier for the masses, but the Upanishads internalize the divine to make you free. They tell you, don't look at the moon, look at the eye that sees the moon. That eye is God. This can be very scary for the ego, The ego likes to be a servant of a big god because it gives it a sense of belonging and protection. But to be told that you are God is a tremendous responsibility. It means you can no longer blame anyone for your misery. It means you are the king of your own universe. Most people prefer a comfortable slavery to a lonely kingship. But the sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad is a king. He has found his throne in his own aloneness, and he is inviting you to find yours. This throne is not made of gold, it is made of silence. And it is not in a palace, it is everywhere. Once you are centered in your aloneness, the whole world becomes your palace. You can be in a hut and you are a king. You can be in a prison and you are free. This was the state of the great mystics. Kabir was a weaver, but he was a king of the soul. Mansur was killed, but as he was being killed, he was laughing because he knew that he could not be killed. Only the shadow was being destroyed. The sage says that the soul, tossed about by the waves of birth and death, finally finds rest in the self. This tossing about is what you call life. You are thrown from one desire to another, from one body to another, from one world to another. You are like a leaf in a storm. You have no control, no direction. You are just reacting to the cosmic forces. Aloneness is the anchor. It is the point where the tossing stops. It is the center of the cyclone. The cyclone is still there, but you are at the center where there is absolute stillness. This stillness is not the silence of the graveyard. It is a living silence. It is vibrant. It is pregnant with possibilities. Out of this silence, the right action arises. Out of this silence, the right word arises. Out of this silence, true love arises. A man of aloneness is not a passive person. He is the most active person in the world, but his action is effortless. It is an overflow of his bliss. The Kaivalya Upanishad then mentions that this knowledge is the fire that destroys all sins. What is sin? In the East, sin is not a moral category. It is an ontological category. Sin is forgetfulness. To forget your own divine nature is the only sin. To live as a part when you are the whole is the only sin. And the only virtue is remembering, smriti. When you remember who you are, all your sins, all your smallnesses, all your greeds, all your angers simply disappear. They are like shadows that cannot exist in the presence of light. You don't have to fight your sins. You just have to light the lamp of your awareness. This is the ease of the path of aloneness. You don't have to cultivate virtue. Virtue is the natural fragrance of the soul. If you are alone and blissful, can you be cruel? Can you be greedy? Can you be violent? It is impossible. Violence only comes from misery. Greed only comes from incompleteness. Cruelty only comes from fear. A man who is alone and whole is naturally kind, naturally generous, and naturally peaceful. He doesn't have to try. It is just who he is. The sage prays, "May I never forget the Brahman." This is the only discipline he follows, the discipline of remembrance. In the Sufi tradition, this is called jikr. In the Buddhist tradition, it is sati. It is the constant undercurrent of awareness. I am the alone, I am the whole, I am the Brahman. This is not a mantra that you repeat with your tongue. It is a vibration that you maintain in your heart. It is the flavor of your every moment. As you move through your day, try to maintain a thread of this aloneness. Even when you are talking to someone, be a witness to the talk. Even when you are working, be a watcher of the work. Don't get lost in the activity. Keep a small corner of your being reserved for your aloneness. This is your sacred space. It is your inner temple. If you can do this, the world will no longer be a burden to you. It will be a play. You will be in the world, but you will be inaccessible to its misery. The superpower of being alone is that you become transparent. Most people are opaque. They are full of stuff, prejudices, opinions, memories, desires. When light hits them, it gets blocked. But a man of aloneness is like a clear glass. The light of the divine passes through him without any obstruction. He has no agenda of his own. He is a vehicle for the whole. And because he is transparent, he can see through others too. He sees their true nature beneath their masks. He sees their divinity even when they don't see it themselves. This transparency brings a deep humility, not the humble bragging of the religious people, but a natural humility. You realize that you are nothing. And because you are nothing, the divine can be everything through you. It is the humility of the hollow bamboo. The bamboo doesn't say, I am a great singer. It says, the musician is great, I am just his instrument. This is the ultimate success of a human life, to become a nothing through which the everything can flow. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad then speaks about the Om again. He says that the Om is the arrow and the Brahman is the target. One should hit the target with an unwavering mind. This unwavering mind is the mind of aloneness. Usually your mind is wavering. It is like a candle in the wind. It is flicking from one thought to another. This is because it is attached to the world. But when you are alone, the wind of the world stops blowing. The mind becomes still, and a still mind is a deadly arrow. It goes straight to the heart of reality. To hit the target means to become the target. There is no distance between the seeker and the sought. When the arrow of your consciousness hits the Brahman, the arrow dissolves into the Brahman. The seeker is gone, only the seeking remains. And that seeking is the eternal dance of existence. You are no longer a spectator of the dance. You are the dance itself. The sage concludes that this knowledge is the end of all suffering. Why? Because suffering requires a sufferer, and the sufferer is the ego. When the ego is dissolved in the fire of aloneness, who is left to suffer? Pain may still be there. The body may get old, it may get sick, but suffering is a psychological rejection of the pain. The alone man does not reject anything. He accepts the pain as part of the play. He watches the pain with the same equanimity with which he watches the joy. And in that watching, the sting of the pain is gone. This is the secret of the alone. It is not a secret because someone is hiding it. It is a secret because it is too simple for the complex mind to understand. The mind wants a difficult path, a complicated ritual, a hard philosophy. It wants to earn its salvation. But the Upanishads say, salvation is your nature. You don't have to earn it. You just have to recognize it. And you can only recognize it when you are alone. When the noise of the earning has stopped. So my beloved ones, I invite you to this simple aloneness. Don't make a project out of it. Don't make it a goal. Just relax into it. Whenever you have a few moments in the bus, in the shower, before you go to sleep, just be alone. Drop the world, drop the other, and just enjoy your own presence. Feel the isness of your being, and you will find that a new energy starts to flow in you. An energy that is not of the mind, but of the soul. This energy is eternal. It is indestructible. It is blissful. It is the superpower. And it is yours. It has always been yours. You were just too busy to notice it. Stop being busy. Stop being a runner. Stop being a beggar. Just be a king in the palace of your own aloneness. The Kaivalya is not a distant dream. It is the reality of this moment. As the sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad says, I am the one who dwells in the heart of all beings. This is not a statement of ego, but a statement of fact. When you find your own heart, you have found the heart of the whole. You are the alone and you are the all. The journey is complete. The circle is closed. You are home. Let these words be like drops of rain on the soil of your soul. Don't think about them. Don't analyze them. Just let them sink in. They are not information. They are transmissions. They carry the fragrance of the ultimate freedom. If you can catch that fragrance, your whole life will be perfumed. You will walk differently. You will talk differently. You will live differently. You will be a living Upanishad. And that is the only religion there is. Not to believe in the Upanishads, but to be an Upanishad. Not to read the truth, but to be the truth. And the only way to be the truth is to be alone. Because in aloneness, the false falls away and the true remains. The alone reaches the alone. And in that meeting, everything is fulfilled. There is nothing more to be said. There is nothing more to be done. There is only being. This being is the ultimate superpower. Most people ignore it because it is quiet. They are attracted to the loud, the dramatical, the spectacular. But the truly spectacular is the silence of the soul. The truly powerful is the stillness of the heart. The truly beautiful is the aloneness of the being. Find that aloneness and you have found the key to the universe. You are a divine spark in a human body. Don't get too attached to the body. Don't get too attached to the human. Remember the divine spark, and that spark is alone. It is one. It is Brahman. This is the message of the Kaivalya Upanishad. This is the message of all the Buddhas. This is the message of your own heart. Waking up is the only thing that matters. And aloneness is the bed in which you wake up. So sleep no more. The sun is high in the sky. The birds are singing the song of Kaivalya. The trees are dancing the dance of Kaivalya. The whole existence is celebrating its aloneness. Join the celebration. Don't be a spectator. Be the dance. Be the alone. Be the all. The alone to the alone. It is the most beautiful flight. It is the only flight. All other flights are just circling in the cage. Bread the cage. Spread your wings. The infinite sky is waiting for you, and you are the sky. You have always been the sky. You just had to spread your wings to realize it. This realization is the end of all quests. The quest ends when the quester realizes that he is the goal. The river ends when it realizes it is the ocean. The alone ends when it realizes it is the all. And yet, it doesn't end, it expands. It becomes infinite. It becomes eternal. It becomes blissful. This is the message I have for you today. Take it into your heart. Let it ferment there. Let it transform you. Don't be afraid of the transformation. It is just the old you dying so that the new you, the real you, can be born. It is the resurrection of the soul, and it happens in the tomb of your aloneness. But that tomb is actually a womb. It is the place of new life. So embrace your aloneness. Cherish it. Love it. It is your best friend. It is your only companion. It is your God. And once you are at peace with it, you will never be lonely again. You will be alone and you will be happy. You will be alone and you will be love. You will be alone and you will be the universe. This being, this presence is not a result of your effort. Effort is like a ladder. You use it to reach the roof, but once you are on the roof, you don't carry the ladder with you. If you are still holding on to the ladder, you haven't really arrived. The state of aloneness is that arrival. It is the moment you step off the ladder of doing and simply exist on the roof of being. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad says, I am without the senses, yet I see and hear everything. This is the paradox of the witness. It is the realization that you are the light that makes seeing possible, the vibration that makes hearing possible, the intelligence that makes thinking possible. You are the context of your life, not the content. This is the superpower that transforms a slave into a master. Most people are defined by their contents, their bank accounts, their reputations, their memories. But when you are alone, the contents begin to evaporate and you are left with the pure container. And that container is as vast as the universe itself. The mind is a cunning fellow. It always wants to make a path out of the present moment. It says, if I do this, I will get that. It is always in a state of becoming. But aloneness is a state of being. It is the end of the road. There is no next step in aloneness. You are the destination. Think of the beauty of this. You have been looking for the source of your life in the eyes of others, in the pages of books, in the rituals of temples. But the source is right here, in the very one who is looking. To be alone is to turn the gaze inward and recognize the unborn within you. That which was never born can never die. Your body was born and it will surely die. Your mind was formed and it will eventually dissolve. But the witness was never born. It has always been there, watching the play of birth and death, watching the rise and fall of civilizations, watching the coming and going of seasons. To identify with this unborn is to conquer death. This is the ultimate superpower. You have been told that you are a sinner, that you are unworthy, that you are a nothing. I tell you, you are right. You are a nothing, but not in the way the world means it. You are a no thing. You are not an object among other objects. You are the space in which all objects exist. The room is not the walls. The room is the space. If you are the walls, you can be broken. If you are the space, you are indestructible. This is the Kaivalya. It is the realization that you are the emptiness that is simultaneously full of everything. This is what the ancient masters meant when they said, Aham Brahmasmi, I am the whole. It is not an egoistic claim, it is the death of the ego. The drop doesn't say, I am the ocean, because it wants to be big. It says it because it has realized that its boundaries were only an illusion of the surface. In the depth, there is only the ocean. In this aloneness, the duality of this and that disappears. You see that the tree is not outside you. It is happening within your consciousness. The sun is not millions of miles away. It is shining in the sky of your own awareness. This is the vision of the non-dualist, the Advaitin. When you see the world as yourself, How can you be afraid? How can you hate? How can you be lonely? The other is a fiction created by the mind for the sake of utility. It is useful to say I and you to manage the affairs of the world, but it is a fatal mistake to believe it. To be alone is to see through this fiction. It is to recognize that there is only one I inhabiting all these billions of bodies. We are like the sun reflected in thousands of parts of water. The parts are different. The water may be clean or dirty, but the sun is one. When the parts break, the sun doesn't disappear. It remains in its eternal glory. The superpower of aloneness is the power of being untouchable. Not in the social sense, but in the spiritual sense. Nothing in the world can stain your being. You may walk through the mud, but you remain the lotus. You may walk through the fire, but you remain the coolness. This is because you have found a center that is not made of the stuff of the world. Your mind can be hurt. Your body can be broken. But your consciousness remains as pure as the first day of creation. This is the anahata, the unstruck. Most of your pains are struck. They are reactions to outer events, but your bliss is unstruck. It is your very nature. When you are alone, you are simply resting in that nature. You are not doing anything to be happy. You are just not doing anything to be miserable. Look at the trees. They don't have a psychology. They don't have identity crisis. They don't go to therapists to find out who they are. They are just there, rooted in the earth, reaching for the sky. They are alone, and in their aloneness they are beautiful. Man is the only animal that has forgotten how to be alone. Man has become a social animal, which is just a polite way of saying he has become part of a herd. And the herd is always afraid. The herd always follows a leader, and the leaders are usually the most blind among the herds. To be alone is to step out of the herd. It is to regain your dignity as a unique individual. It is to realize that you don't need anyone's permission to be yourself. You don't need to fit into any mold. You are a masterpiece of existence. And existence never repeats itself. Every individual is a unique flower of consciousness. This journey inward is the only revolution worth having. All outer revolutions have failed. They just change the masters, but the slavery remains. The only true revolution is the one that happens within an individual. It is the revolution of awareness. When you become aware of your own aloneness, you are no longer a cog in the machine. You are no longer a consumer. You are no longer a voter. You are a soul. And a soul cannot be bought, sold, or controlled. This is why the powers that be are so afraid of meditation. They want you to be lonely so that you will buy their products to fill the void. They want you to be fearful so that you will look to them for protection. But a man of meditation is not lonely and he is not fearful. He is alone and free. He is the ultimate threat to any structure of power. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad says that Brahman is beyond the reach of thought and speech. This is because thought and speech are dividers. To speak, you must divide the world into words. To think, you must divide your experience into categories. But reality is a seamless whole. It is a one piece. How can the part understand the whole? How can the tongue taste itself? How can the mind comprehend that which is the source of the mind? Aloneness is the moment the mind gives up. It is the sacred silence. In that silence, the truth is not thought, it is lived. It is like a fish realizing it is in the water. It doesn't need a theory about water, it just swims. When you are alone, you swim in the divine. This swimming is what I call celebration. Life is not a problem to be solved, it is a mystery to be lived. A problem can be solved by the mind, and once it is solved, it is finished. But a mystery cannot be solved, it can only be entered. And the more you enter it, the more mysterious it becomes. Aloneness is the doorway to this mystery. It is the realization that you are the mystery. You are the question and you are the answer. You are the path and you are the goal. There is nowhere to go because you are already everywhere. There is nothing to achieve because you are already the ultimate. Just relax. Relax into your aloneness. Let the tension of becoming dissolve into the grace of being. The world will tell you that you are selfish if you seek your own aloneness. They will tell you that you should serve others, that you should sacrifice yourself. But I tell you, unless you have found yourself, what do you have to give to others? If you are empty, you will only share your emptiness. If you are miserable, you will only share your misery. This so-called service is often just a way to escape your own inner boredom. It is a pious distraction. But a man who has found his own bliss, his own aloneness, he is a constant gift to the world. He doesn't have to try to serve. His very existence is a service. His peace is infectious. His joy is a blessing. Only those who have found can give. So don't listen to the moralists. Don't listen to the priests. They are all brokers of the divine, and you don't need a broker. You have a direct hotline to the source. That hotline is your own silence. Every morning, every evening, just sit for a while and do nothing. Don't even meditate in the sense of following a technique. Just be. Watch the clouds, watch the birds, watch your thoughts, but don't get involved. Be the alone witness, and slowly you will feel a certain crystallization happening within you. You will feel a center of gravity that is not dependent on outer circumstances. This is the birth of the individual. This is the birth of the superpower. The Kaivalya Upanishad says that one who knows this becomes the Lord of all. This lordship is not over others. It is the lordship over your own kingdom of consciousness. You are no longer a victim of your moods, your desires, your fears. You are the master. If anger comes, you see it coming, you watch it stay, you see it go. It doesn't possess you. If sadness comes, you watch it like a passing cloud. You are the sky, and the clouds don't affect the sky. This is the ultimate freedom. To be in the world, to experience everything, the highs and the lows, the joys and the sorrows, but to remain untainted, to be alone in the middle of the marketplace. The sage says that the soul is deluded by Maya. What is Maya? It is the habit of identification. It is the habit of saying, I am this body, I am this mind, I am this name. It is like an actor who forgets he is playing a role. He becomes so identified with the character that he starts crying real tears on stage. Maya is the cosmic drama. It is beautiful, it is colorful, it is entertaining, but it is not the truth. The truth is the actor behind the character. The truth is the witness behind the roles. Aloneness is the green room where the actor goes to take off his makeup and remember who he really is. Don't be afraid of the makeup being removed. Don't be afraid of the nothingness that remains. That nothingness is your original face. It is the face you had before you were born and the face you will have after you die. It is a face of absolute peace. It is a face of infinite compassion. It is the face of the alone. When you see this face, you realize that you have never been separate from anything. The separation was only in the mind. In the heart, everything is one. This is the Kaivalya, the singular reality that manifests as many. The world is obsessed with speed. Everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere. But if you have already arrived, why hurry? If the destination is now, why run for the future? Aloneness is the power to slow down. It is the power to be patient. It is the power to let things unfold in their own time. A man of aloneness is not in a hurry to change the world. He knows that the world is part of a great design. He is in harmony with that design. He doesn't push the river, he flows with it. And because he is in harmony, he is efficient without effort. He is productive without tension. He is successful without greed. This harmony is the essence of Dharma. Dharma is not a religion. It is the natural law. It is the way the universe functions. When you are alone and silent, you align yourself with this law. You become a conductor for the cosmic energy. Your life becomes a lila, a play. You play your part, you do your best, but you are not attached to the result. You are like a child playing with sand on the beach. He builds a castle with total intensity, and when the tide comes and washes it away, he just laughs and goes home. He doesn't sit and cry about his lost castle. He knows it was just play. To be alone is to have the heart of a child and the wisdom of a sage. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad concludes his prayer with a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude is the final flower of the spiritual path. It is the realization that everything is a gift. Even the struggles, even the pains, even the aloneness itself, they are all gifts from the whole to help you wake up. When you are in gratitude, the ego cannot exist. The ego can only exist in complaint. It says, why me? This shouldn't be happening. But gratitude says, thank you for this moment, just as it is. In that thank you, the divide between you and the divine vanishes. You are no longer an individual fighting against existence. You are existence celebrating itself. This celebration is the goal of the alone. It is the flight of the alone to the alone. It is not a flight away from the world, but a flight into the heart of the world. It is the discovery that the world is holy, that the mundane is sacred, that the ordinary is extraordinary. When you are alone and enlightened, you don't go to another world. You stay right here, but the world has changed for you. You see the divinity in the dirty street. You see the Buddha in the beggar. You see the eternal in the passing moment. Everything becomes luminous. This luminosity is your natural state. You have just covered it with the dust of your worries and your ambitions. Aloneness is the cleansing fire. It is the sacred bath. It is the end of the search. You have been looking for the truth for so long, and the truth has been waiting for you to sit down and be quiet. The truth is not a concept, it is a presence. It is the presence that is felt when the mind is absent. It is the presence of the alone. So, my beloved ones, I invite you to this great silence. I invite you to this ultimate superpower. Don't be afraid to be alone. Don't be afraid to be a nobody. In that nobodiness, you will find the everythingness. In that aloneness, you will find the all. The journey is not far. It is from the mind to the heart. It is from the false to the true. It is from the alone to the alone. The Kaivalya Upanishad is a song of this journey. It is a song of freedom. It is a song of power. It is a song of bliss. Let this song vibrate in your heart. Let it dissolve your every doubt. You are not a victim. You are a creator. You are not a drop. You are the ocean. You are not alone in the sense of being isolated. You are the alone that is the whole. This is the message. This is the truth. This is your Kaivalya. Just relax into this understanding. Let it sink deep into your bones. There is nothing to do, nothing to change, nothing to improve. You are perfect as you are. The divine didn't make a mistake when it made you. You are a necessary part of the whole. Without you, the whole would be incomplete. Recognize your own significance. Recognize your own dignity. And recognize your own aloneness. For in that aloneness, the supreme secret is revealed. The secret is there is only one, and you are that. Tattvam Asi. This is the end of all philosophy and the beginning of real life. to live as the alone, to live as the Brahman, to live as the whole. This is the only way to live. Everything else is just a slow death. Choose life. Choose aloneness. Choose Kaivalya. The superpower is within you. Wake up and use it. The alone to the alone, the flight is eternal. The joy is infinite, and the silence is absolute. This is the endless story of the soul. You are that story. You are the storyteller, and you are the silence out of which the story arises and into which it returns. Be that silence. Be that alone. Be. This realization of oneness is the ultimate end of all dualities, the final dissolution of the I and the thou. In this absolute aloneness, the sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad declares a truth that shatters all conventional understanding. I am without the three bodies, the physical, the subtle, and the causal. To understand this is to understand the very mechanics of your existence. Most of you are identified only with the physical body, the sthul sarira. You think you are the bones, the flesh, and the blood. This is the lowest form of identification, the most limited state of being. It is the state of the prisoner who thinks he is the walls of his cell. Then there are those who have moved a little deeper into the subtle body, the sukshma sarira. This is the realm of your thoughts, your dreams, your emotions. Artists, poets, and thinkers live here. It is more spacious than the physical, but it is still a prison made of golden bars. But then there is the third body, the Karana Sarira, the causal body. This is the seed state, the state of deep, dreamless sleep, where everything is present in potentiality, but nothing is manifest. Even here, the alone has not yet reached its peak. The sage says he is beyond even this. He is the Turiya, the fourth stage, which witnesses all three bodies. This witness is not a part of the body, not a part of the mind, and not even a part of the soul's causal state. It is the Atma, the pure consciousness that remains untouched by the drama of birth, life, and death. To realize your superpower of aloneness is to stand as this witness. It is to look at the physical body aging, the subtle body thinking, and the causal body sleeping, and to say with absolute certainty, I am none of these. I am the light that illumines them all. This state of kaivalya is not a cold intellectual isolation. It is a state of luminous emptiness. Have you ever looked at the sky on a clear night? The sky appears empty, but it is the container for all the stars, all the galaxies. Without that emptiness, the stars could not exist. Your aloneness is that sky. It is the vast, silent space that allows the music of life to happen. When you are afraid of being alone, you are actually afraid of your own vastness. You are like a bird that has lived in a cage for so long that it has become afraid of the open sky. The cage is small, but it is safe. The sky is infinite. And infinity is terrifying to the ego. But I am here to tell you, the cage is a slow death. The sky is your true home. My beloved ones, the superpower I have been speaking of is nothing but your own authenticity. To be authentic means to be true to your own aloneness. The crowd demands that you be a type of worker, a type of citizen, a type of believer. But the divine intended for you to be a unique individual. There has never been anyone like you in the history of the universe, and there will never be anyone like you again. If you don't become yourself, the universe will miss a specific note in its symphony. And you can only become yourself when you are alone. In the crowd, you are always adjusting your mask. In aloneness, the mask falls off and your original face is revealed. This face is not beautiful or ugly in the worldly sense. It is sublime. It is the face of the divine manifest in a unique form. The sage says that the ultimate reality is without beginning, middle, or end. This is the nature of eternity. Time is a line. Eternity is a circle. In a circle, every point is a beginning, and every point is an end. When you live in time, you are always worried about results. You are always looking toward the future. But when you live in your aloneness, you live in the now, which is the intersection of time and eternity. In this now, there is no becoming, only being. You are not trying to get somewhere. You have already arrived. This arrival is the end of all anxiety. Anxiety is the tension between where you are and where you want to be. When you are totally where you are, in your absolute aloneness, anxiety simply cannot exist. You are at peace with the whole because you are the whole. This at one-ment with the whole is what we call holy. A holy person is not someone who follows many rules. It is someone who is whole. And to be whole, you must integrate your light and your shadow. Most of you try to hide your dark side, your anger, your lust, your greed. You push it into the basement of your unconscious. But in the silence of aloneness, the basement doors open. You must have the courage to face what comes out. Don't judge it, don't suppress it, and don't act on it. Just watch it. This watching is the alchemy. If you watch your anger with total awareness, the energy of the anger is transformed into the energy of compassion. If you watch your greed, it becomes a deep contentment. The lead of your lower nature is turned into the gold of your higher nature. And this alchemy can only happen in the retard of aloneness. The Kaivalya Upanishad is a manual for this inner alchemy. It is telling you that you are the magician and you are the magic. You don't need to go to a mountain to find the truth. The mountain is inside you. You don't need to swim in a holy river to wash away your sins. The river of consciousness is flowing within you. Just sit by its bank and watch. This sitting by the bank is what meditation is. It is the most passive thing in the world, and yet it is the most transformative. It is like the sun shining on a bud. The sun doesn't force the bud to open. It just provides the light and the warmth, and the bud opens on its own. Your awareness is that sun. If you just be with yourself in aloneness, your soul will bloom on its own. This blooming is the end of loneliness. Loneliness is the cry of the ego for the other. Aloneness is the song of the soul in the presence of itself. When you are alone, you find that the whole existence is with you. The trees are your brothers, the stars are your sisters, the earth is your mother. You are part of an infinite web of life. The feeling of separation was only an illusion of the mind. In your deepest aloneness, you find the deepest connection. It is only the alone who can truly love, because it is only the alone who is full. A person who is lonely is empty, and an empty person can only take. A full person can give. Love is the fragrance of your aloneness. It is the gift you give to the world when you have found your own center. The sage says, I am the ancient one, I am the Purusha, I am the Lord. This is the lion's roar of the Upanishad. It is the declaration of your divine sovereignty. You are not a victim of fate. You are the master of your own destiny. You are not a creature of circumstances. You are the creator of your own reality. But this sovereignty can only be reclaimed in aloneness. As long as you are part of the crowd, you are a slave. You are controlled by the opinions of others, by the fears of society, by the expectations of your parents. You are a puppet dancing to the tunes of others. To be alone is to cut the strings. It is to stand on your own feet. It is to listen to the still small voice within you and to follow it, no matter where it leads. This pathless path is the only one that leads to the truth. All other paths are man-made. They lead to organized religions, which are nothing but graveyards of truth. Truth is a living experience. It cannot be organized. The moment you organize it, you kill it. Truth is like the wind. You can feel it, you can be moved by it, but you cannot capture it in a box. Your aloneness is the open field where the wind of truth blows. If you want to experience the truth, you must leave the boxes behind. The box of your religion, the box of your nationality, the box of your ideology. You must be utterly alone and utterly naked before the divine. This nakedness of the soul is what I call innocence. It is the state of a child who knows nothing and therefore is open to everything. Knowledge is a burden. It fills your head with the ideas of others and prevents you from seeing the reality for yourself. To be alone is to unlearn everything you have been taught. It is to drop your borrowed knowledge and to seek direct insight. Don't believe what the scriptures say. Find out what is. Don't believe what Osho says. Find out what is. My words are only pointers. They are not the truth. The truth is what you find when my words are gone and only the silence remains. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad concludes his discourse by emphasizing the importance of vairagya, dispassion. This is not a hatred of the world, but an understanding of its nature. It is seeing that the world is like a reflecting mirror. It shows you what you are, but it is not you. It is seeing that the world is a bridge. You should walk over it, but you should not build your house on it. To build your house on the bridge is ignorance. To walk over it to reach the other shore is wisdom. Aloneness is the other source. It is the realm of the eternal, while the world is the realm of the temporary. Don't get too attached to the forms of the world. They are like bubbles on the surface of a river. They appear for a moment. They are beautiful, and then they are gone. If you chase the bubbles, you will always be in grief. But if you know yourself as the river, you are not affected by the bubbles. You are permanent. This permanence is your superpower. It is the power to be in time but beyond time. It is the power to be in the body but beyond the body. It is the power to be alone but one with all. My beloved ones, the flight of the alone to the alone is nearing its completion. But in the world of the spirit, a completion is always a new beginning. You have heard the words, now let the words become experiences. Don't just think about aloneness, be alone. Set aside time every day to sit in silence. Face your fears, face your boredom, face your nothingness. And you will find that behind that nothingness is the everything. Behind that silence is the soundless sound of the Om. Behind that aloneness is the presence of the divine. The world needs alone people now more than ever. It needs people who are centered, people who are peaceful, people who are luminous. The crowd has brought the world to the brink of destruction. The politicians, the priests, and the businessmen have failed. Only the individuals, only the alone ones can save the world. By finding your own peace, you bring peace to the world. By finding your own light, you light up the world. By finding your own kaivalya, you show the way to others. This is the ultimate service. This is the ultimate mission. You are a ray of the sun. You are a drop of the ocean. You are a spark of the fire. Don't settle for anything less. Don't be a slave to your desires. Be a master of your awareness. Don't be a victim of your past. Be the creator of your future. And above all, don't be lonely. Be alone. For in your aloneness, the supreme secret is revealed. You are that. You are the Brahman. You are the whole. You are the flight. You are the skies. And you are the alone. This realization is not a destination. It is a way of living. It is the way of the warrior of the heart. It is the way of the sannyasin. It is the way of the Buddha. Live each moment with this awareness. Let your every breath be a prayer of aloneness. Let your every action be an offering to the whole. Let your every silence be a communion with the divine. And you will find that life is no longer a struggle, it is a dance. It is no longer a burden, it is a song. It is no longer a tragedy, it is a lila, a divine play. Go into your aloneness with joy. Go into it with courage. Go into it with trust. The alone is not your enemy, it is your beloved. It is the home you have been looking for since the beginning of time. It is the source of all your power, all your love, and all your bliss. Welcome it, embrace it, and let it consume you. For when the small you is consumed, the great you, the eternal you, is born. The sage of the Kaivalya Upanishad has spoken. The truth has been revealed. The superpower is yours. All you have to do is claim it. Stop looking outside. Stop looking at the other. Stop looking for validation. Look within. Be alone and be. The flight of the alone to the alone is the final journey, and it is the only one that truly matters. You have arrived. You are home. You are the alone. You are the all. Let this silence be the end of this discourse and the beginning of your true life. The words are over. The silence begins. This silence is the real satsang. This silence is the real transmission. This silence is the truth. Breathe it in, live it, be it. Kaivalya is not a word, it is your very breath. Brahma is not a god, it is your very being. You are the alone, and you are home. As you step back into the world, carry this fragrance of aloneness with you. Let it be the shield that protects you from the madness of the crowds. Let it be the light that guides you through the darkness of the world. And let it be the love that heals everything you touch. You are a blessing to existence. Never forget that. Never settle for anything less than your divine potential. The superpower is in your hands. Use it well. This journey we have taken together through the ancient wisdom of the Kaivalya Upanishad is a testament to the eternal nature of the human spirit. The sages of thousands of years ago were speaking to you, the modern man, the modern woman. Their message is as fresh and relevant today as it was then. Because while the technology has changed, the human heart remains the same. The same fears, the same longings, the same search for meaning. And the answer is also the same. aloneness, kaivalya, the realization of the self. Don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a trick of the mind to keep you in the yesterday. Life is now. Enlightenment is now. The alone is now. Step into it. Don't be a postponer. Postponement is the only suicide. To live now is the only resurrection. Be reborn in this very moment. Let the old die and let the new be born. The new man is the man of aloneness. The new world is the world of individuals. Be the pioneer of this new world, the flight of the alone to the alone. The flight has no distance to cover, for the home is where you are. The sky is your own awareness. The wings are your own courage. The goal is your own being. All you have to do is let go of the ground. Let go of the security of the known. Let go of the comfort of the ego and fly. The infinite is waiting for you, and you are the infinite. In this absolute stillness, you realize that your true nature has always been beyond any reach of the world's noise. The superpower of being alone is the ability to reclaim your God mode, where you are no longer a puppet of your biological or social programming, but the conscious architect of your divine existence. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, from the descriptions to further awaken the sleeping giant within you and continue this transformation in your daily life.